Okay, I can't see. Alright, 10 points if I hit him on the forehead. I can't see, Charlie! I don't know if you guys heard it, but it definitely made a bonk! Yeah! Raisin, enjoy your 49 emotes. Enjoy your ad-free video, my friend. Oh. You guys ready for this? Shit. Stop! I loved it. Oh my god! Oh my god! I love him so. Get him live. Oh my god, YBZ, my throat is actually killing me. I don't remember screaming that loud. Oh, that's a dumpster. I don't remember screaming that loud, but I broke a nail. Shit. Maybe I have to go this way. Bye-bye. I finally threw away this stupid doll. Finally, I've had it for like 2 minutes. Come home. Oh my god. Tell me it's your demon, man. He's got a link in the basement. Yeah, it's called My Butt's Leaking. Oh my god, can you not meow at a time like this? God. Same.
We see plenty of each other already.
Not enough.
Tempting as
Strip.
it is to keep you all to yourself, would be pleasant company if we didn't mingle for at least part of the evening.
Yeah, it kind of does the same. Thank you for the lizard reminder. Also, I forgot to put my rings on. Oh god. That's why I felt so naked. That's why I felt so naked. Hi everybody! Ooh, the ad just ended. Perfect timing. Happy Monday, my dudes. That's a face pixel? What? What's a face? You're a face. Hi, Kaya. Hi, Panda Monster. Hi, Moon Cards. Hold on. I can't scroll right now. Hold on. Put the rings on. Hold on. Oh, you went on the wrong finger, mister. You used to be a middle finger one. Now you're a pointer finger one. Who was first today? Who was first today? Kyle first. Kyle, not first. Kyle. Mwah. Oh, I just cut you in the nose. Are you okay? Are you okay, Buffy? Scary teeth. Okay, we're okay. Joker. Mwah. Rex. Mwah. Goddess. Mwah. Victory. Everybody do the dino dance. Dino dance. Everybody do the dino dance. I'm gonna find that little plushie that I got from TwitchCon somewhere. Supernova. Mwah. Rooster. Caca. Mwah. Music Hit. Thank you for the 10 stream streak. YBZ. Mwah. Oh wait, Rooster. Forgot to do the actual kissy. Arutzi. Mwah. Kaya. Mwah. Leon's Moans. I'm gonna message you right now. Nope, we're not doing the stream until okay, I'll find it from my Google Drive. No. The stream isn't continuing until I finally message Leon's Moans. How do I go to my Google Drive? Google Drive, there you are. You know, I wonder if it's in the Discord. Let me go to the announcements. Wait, do I have it? Hold on. Do I just not have that? Did I delete it? Do I have any mods that aren't doing anything right now? Oh! Wait! I got it! It's part of the community survey. That's why. That's why. Okay. Hold on. That's why I couldn't... I forgot that I didn't do a mod apps. It was part of the community survey. Alright. I was like, why can't I find it? Alright, hold on. Shorten URL. Oi, Jamoy. Okay. Leon Simones. Also known as Winchester. Alright, let me know if that worked, Winchester. Okay. So sorry. Leon Simones. Mwah. The Moon Courts. Mwah. Panda Monster. Mwah. Trans Girl Next Door. Mwah. Panda Monster the gift. We get treats! One of my neighbors gave the boys treats today. It was really cute. Well, they didn't give Charlie a treat. They gave me a treat to give to Charlie because otherwise Charlie would have... He was actually barking at the time, like from my window. It was funny. Jinx, mwah, Hex, mwah, Bloody Drummer Boy, mwah, Maximus, mwah, Freya, mwah, True Shinobi, mwah, Hopeless Buttercup, mwah. Also, Trans Girl Next Door, thank you for the 3 stream streak. What the fudge? Holy. Thank you guys so much for being here. What is up? Oh! Oh my god, not me seeing the... Oh my god. How do I close this? What's your new name? Can you message me, Winchester? Sorry. I just sent it to your old account. Essential Irish Queen. Mwah. Jinx with a 5 stream streak. Spades. Mwah. Dwayne. Mwah. Thank you guys for the 4 kisses. Legoshi. Mwah. Also, everyone say hi, Spades. Hi, Rootsy. Everyone say hi, Kyle. Everyone say hi to the mods. You don't want to eat it down here? Rude. I love your lippy. Thanks. It's the usual lippy, but then a little bit of the ColourPop Sophia Nygaard Bury Me in Lipsticks in the middle. I wore it last week, and I was editing some clips. Ooh. Oh! Got you. I got you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Boom. Yes. It's one thing off my to-do list that I just keep forgetting to look at. I was editing some clips, and I was like, what lippy did I do that day? Because I'm just like, damn, it looks really good. And then I was like, oh yeah, it was the Sophia Nygaard. Which I wear every day, but I don't use the other lippy in the middle, so. I like it a lot, I like it a lot. Steph! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Did you hear about the 12 tons of Kit Kats that got stolen? Oh my god, Poe, I've been seeing all of the memes that people have been doing on that. I want to eat your username. Oh. Now I need to put on jeans to go to the store to more of my addiction. Wait, what's your addiction? And jeans. Ugh, I hate wearing jeans. That's why I wear leggings all the time. Enjoy your lucky turkey, Shinobi. Thank you guys very much for saying hello to the mods. You guys are so hot. People who say hello to the mods get extra kissies. Also, Rootsy, do you want me to do a forehead kissy on you? Because I'm also... Oh, I forgot! I'm also wearing... I did bring this down here. More ColourPop. ColourPop, you look at work with people. I know somebody. But I'm also wearing my ColourPop Jolteon lip gloss on top of it. So, ColourPop, Sophia Nygaard, Bikini Bottom or something is the color on the outside. Bury Me in Lipsticks in the middle. And then covered by the Pokemon Jolteon lip gloss. That's the combo. I don't think you can get the Sophia Nygaard collection anymore because that was from like 2020. But I'm pretty sure you can still get the Pokemon one. So, ColourPop, hit me up. PixelxKittenBusiness@gmail.com. I'm joking, but like, I'm also not joking. We love ColourPop. Special F1 kit mats. F1 is in like Formula 1. Hello, mods. Oh, extra kisses for the people who say hello, mods. Not in jeans and boots. I need more nicotine. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I want your shirt, Pokemon Center. It's the same design as the crop hoodie that I wore a couple weeks ago. But it's really, really hot today. It's like 80 degrees outside right now. So it's like fudging hot. So I was like, I'm going to wear a t-shirt. What's up, Pumpkin? Pumpkin. Oh my god. I saw you were in chat, but I ended up sleeping. And I got like a bunch. And like my phone went with you on the raid. And I got a bunch of Twitch drops. So thank you, Rootsy, for streaming the other day. Did you guys know that Rootsy streamed the other day? She debuted her PNG tuber and was playing some Marvel Rivals. It was really cool. I didn't know you played with her though. I must have fallen asleep before you did that. Because I think last I saw you were playing DBD in her chat. Yeah, I was watching. I did so much over the last. Oh really? I'm so proud of you, Spades. Happened today. You streamed today too? When? Haku, think of the forehead kissy. When did you stream? Really, Poe? Yo, that sucks. Nutmeg, think of the forehead kissy. Could you imagine someone trying to sell drugs? Oh my god, like sell drugs like Kit Kats? Sell Kit Kats like drugs? That would be black market, maybe. I'm not joking. I would buy a color pop for the first time if you did. Oh, would you? Shut up. That would be the dream. I mean, I've worked with Anastasia Beverly Hills, which was pretty cool. An hour and a half. Shut up. You streamed on YouTube? Did you do a multi-stream? Absolute Ground Zero. Marshmallow. Thank you for the 4 kissies. Dwayne, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Mira! Thank you for the 4 kissies. Shut up. Were you doing it with Meld? Also, I'm so sorry if I've missed anyone's messages. You guys are like popping your Twitch Ussy out today. Hello. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling a little tickled pink right now. There's so many of you here right now. What the fudge? Hi, everybody. Oh my god. Tell me about your weekend. What are you guys doing here? Are you lost? Hi, sweetie. Sweetie. Think of the 4 I can see. Everyone say hello to Mira. Mira the mod. Mira, you can ban anybody who doesn't say hello to you. I'll wait. Ah, good submissive chat. Look at you. Already doing what Pixel tells ya. What's up, Techna? I want to try it and Stan wasn't home. Oh, smart. What's up, Tiger?
Almost 40.
Almost 40? But I don't look a day over 50, right? I'm joking. Thank you for the 39 months. What the fudge? Enjoy your 90. Gotcha. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and get so badge. Also, thank you for the shout-out on Mira. Because you're awesome and getting free. Oh my god, do you guys want to see? I did not wear it today because it's hot as hell. Guys, I'm like a famous YouTuber now. Guys, look, YouTube. Okay, ignore the fact that there's already like a bunch of cat hair on there. But YouTube sent me this sweater for participating in this like YouTube creator like boot camp thing. And I got my very first YouTube merch. And I'm so happy. Fun fact, I have been on YouTube and uploading videos on YouTube. Well, uploading since like 2008. But my like professional channel, I've been doing it since 2012. And I started off as like a Minecraft and Call of Duty YouTuber doing like Minecraft achievement guides for the Xbox 360 and doing quick scoping clips on Call of Duty. So that's how it started. And I've always wanted to be a big famous YouTuber. And now I can tell PixelxKitten I'm a big famous YouTuber now. Glitch, thank you so much! Aw, thank you so much. You're blocking the star of the stream. Oh, boo. Weren't you already famous? No. Infamous. Which is not good. Cute as a bun. Did I give you a kissy? Think of the forehead kissy. I know. Guys, raise your hand if you're unk. I'm joking. But seriously, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys very much for the love. Lex, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I have news, very interesting news I do not know how to feel about. Well, message me, because I still need to message you back, but I can't find your message thing, so message me. Amaya! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. No, please don't ban me, amazing streamer. I want to be in the next stream. We'll see about that! Ooh, speaking of next stream on Wednesday, 12-hour stream. 12-hour stream on Wednesday. What do we think? To celebrate 1,000 subs. It's just disgusting. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Also, thank you for the hype train, ghost train. What even happened? We had 1 sub. Very grateful for you, Tiny Tiger, but why hype train? Yo, wait, is that an internal enigma? Oh my god, hell yeah. We love an eternal enigma in this stream. Welcome in, Bad Boon. Enjoy your lucky turkey, Freya. Mystic. Mwah. Amaya, did I do kissy for you? Mwah. Thank you for the kissy. Yeah. Well, for longer than an hour. 12 hours of Pixel. I know. Oi, Jamoy. Oi, oi, oi. Whoa. Well, thank you for my daily dose of dicks, Derpy. What's up, Derpies? Wait. I played DVD last night and I liked it. All right, Katy Perry. What did you do today? What's up, Queenie? Hi, Derpy. Yo, thank you so much for the daily dose of dicks and contribute to the hype train. Choo choo. What the heck? Guys, don't be nice to me. We're gonna play some DVD today. Speaking of not being nice to me, I'm sure that'll be fun. Cayman, what the fudge? Thank you so much. What the heck? Wait. Oh, is Katy Perry bad? Oh, do we not like her? Is she? Sorry. My bad. I don't know. I can't keep up with celebrities. I'm so sorry. Cayman, how was your stream? Welcome in. You got me to stop playing Mario Kart? Oh, I'm so sorry. You should go back. Wait, who do you main? Wait, guys, who do you main in Mario Kart? And I usually do Dry Bones or Boo. I usually do Boo or Dry Bones. Oh, totally unrelated to the dog, by the way. But in Mario Party or in Mario Kart, it's usually one of those two. Lushel! Donkey Kong! Donkey Kong! Oh, Shy Guy. Shy Guy's a good one. Peach is a good one. Or Lushel! Yo, everybody go follow Cayman. Cayman, how's your stream? Shut up! Guys, everyone go follow Cayman and type RIP Internet. 07 Internet. I'm so sorry. That's ass. I am many a victim of internet and power issues, so I'm so sorry to hear that. That's ass. Well, thank you so much for the raid. That's so sweet of you. I hope your stream was good until the internet shit out. Stellar Bear! Mwah! They go the forehead kissy. I would say, hello. If I've updated you, you made it to Michigan! It's cold. It's not cold today, though, right? Was sick for a week. Oh, do you think it was from the stress from moving? Now I have a job interview. Wednesday, no way! Oh my god, are you so pumped? Are we excited? How many pets do you have? Oh, are we staying or are we going? Oh, you're so cute. Oh, we're laying down. Okay, well then. I have 5. I have Jasper. Wait, this one right here. Charlie. That one right there. Midnight. Upstairs. Balthazar. You'll never see him. Upstairs. And then Boo, who's in this dog cam right here. I have 5. A bark bark and a woof and a meow and a woof woof. A bark bark and a meow meow meow. It doesn't do it tomorrow because I'll be Dead Space 3 for the first time. No way! You want Boo? You can have him. Oh, Tiger. Truly. I had a nightmare that I was working my old job. That sucked. Boo does fart. Boo's a stinky boy. Ha! Good thing. Well, I'm pretty sure Orlando Bloom divorced her, right? I know that. Keep up my Lord of the Rings peeps. Are we laid down? Oh. Okay. Alright, well, I guess Jasper's here now. Working from home. Oh my god, I hope you get this job. I hope you get this job. Good luck on your job interview, Tiny Tiger. Everyone say good luck to Tiny Tiger for the job interview. Also, Cayman, mwah, they give the forehead kissy. Also, Cayman, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Go eco, peeko, poo, go stretch your drink. Also, cake, mwah, Capricorn, mwah. Hopeless, Buttercup, dog or cat treats. Oh my god, that is so cute. These emotes are so cute. Stop. Aw, you guys are so cute. Kitty! Oh, and you know what? You don't even have to move. No, it reminds you today. This is your reminder to let you know that you're... literally know you. Oh, that's right. He has to eat it on the floor. Go do some plant stuff! Oh, yeah. Go take care of your... Oh, I think I went to bed around this time. 69 plans. No, 50. 50 plants, because I said rookie number. I was there for that. No, I remember that. Go take care of your 50 plants, you freak. Freak and endearment. By the way, sushi guy, mwah, thank you for the 4 kiss. You but no YBC. No one has said that to me today. You were the first, and you better be the only person to say that to me. Freak, lovingly. Yeah. No, what's non-derogatory? What's up, Mr. Ware? Mr. Ware, long time no see. Mwah, thank you for the 4 kissy. Are probably going to get fat with 2 good cooks in the house. Wait, are you saying that you're a good cook? Ow! I keep forgetting that this hair bow has this, like, dinglies, and when I whip my... Oh, God! Do you guys hear that? Because it's really loud for me. When I whip my hair back and forth. I hit... It hurts! She spoiled me while sick. Oh! I'm really glad that, you were sick with people. Because it sucks to be, like, sick and be alone. Because you have to... take care of yourself and take care of everything on top of it. It's us. You heard it? It sucks. It hurts. It's really loud. It's like I don't hear it in my mic, but I hear it like in my ear holes. But I do love this bow. It's my Lord of the Rings bow from Hot Topic. Oi, Chamoy! Oh, do you guys want to hear fun news? Go to news. I have so much to yap about today, guys. We're not gonna get into DBD for like an hour. Guys, should we do an over under? Nah, I don't want to do a prediction because, like, just in case, like I see. Let's do a prediction. When will Pixel start DBD? Under an hour. Over an hour. All right, there you go. You guys got 5 minutes. Just take a shot for failing whatever this is. Wait, what? Yapping with gaming commercials, yeah. Derpy! Mwah. Life Unity. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissies. If I've missed anyone's kissies, yell at me. Like, good news, everyone! We are streaming with Gunner today. Yep. Gunner did not want to skip me this week. Yay! Thanks, Gunner. We're not live with them right now, though. Hold on. I'm gonna change my stream title over. Start virtual camera. Because I'm going to be streaming with Gunner, I'm not going to be hearing any sound alerts or any alerts, which is, I guess, great that Derpy already used your bits, so you're not wasting them. I'm so sorry. Yay, Derpy! Mwah, mwah, mwah. Just in case I missed it. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to hear lizards. No, do I hear lizards? I don't remember. Cable input, apply. Lizard. Okay, all right. Yeah, I think I do still hear lizard. Are you love game? Do you want love? Are you want fame? Are you in the... I do. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for checking that, chat. Because that's why you did it. Do you want fame? Are you in the game? All right. Down the love game. But let's see. What else do I have? I wanted to talk about the YouTube sweater. We talked about the YouTube sweater. Talked about my lippy. Oh, before we start the gunner thing, do you guys want to pick a Guffle for me? Oh, guys, are we excited for potential April Fool's stuff from G Fuel this year? Do we think there is going to be an April Fool's G Fuel? What do we know? Your rings look really cool. Thanks. I like them a lot. I call them my Infinity Gauntlet rings. Oh, does anybody available for a Discord invite? Dwayne, you'll just have to whisper whatever mod is available. All right, so Kyle's banned. Oh, Dwayne, can you send a little whisper to in a game? All right, can you send a whisper to Kyle? No, cat pat Kyle. Can we get to Pickle 2.0? Or what are you guys voting for in this prediction, by the way? 29,000 channel points. That's going to take me over an hour and just shy of 10,000 points. That's crazy. Oh, Mr. Ware. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. What the fudge? Shut up, Lance. Oh my god. I did not want that. That is like way too like close. Like, well, people used to ask me to like wear that, like when I used to do OF. And it's like I don't freak on people's funks, you know? But like people ask me to like wear that, I'm just like, oh no. And it's like I like that's fine, but it's like I don't know, man. It makes me I couldn't. The diaper creeped me out. I'm not gonna lie. So I was like, no, I'm good. I don't want that. I'm terrible. I got you, homie. I got you. I remember to turn it back on, by the way. I love this energy you have. Thanks. It's my natural pheromones. Anywho. I spent all my points on under an hour, so I need you to do me a solid. Trying for points to get a terrible. Oh! Thanks, Moon Quartz! Okay, well, this is sponsored. This is a Tiny Tiger Terrapole sponsored by Moon Quartz. Thank you, Moon Quartz. I would love to see those predictions, to see how these predictions will go. Now, I will not look at the time. Like, on God, as Jesus is my witness, I will not look at the time. So I do this as naturally as I can. Because I do have a lot to yap about. Fun! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Are we going from when the prediction started? Start a stream. Start a stream, because I'm not going to be able to remember that. Oh, really? Well, then this is for just everybody. This tarot pull. And since nobody recommended any nice flavors, I'm going to pick a flavor. It's not going to be pickles. It's not going to be liver and onions or whatever it was. No. Waffles and onions. It's not going to be waffles and onions. Well, let's do Tetris, because people wanted me to do Tetris last time, so I'm going to do Tetris. I gotta clean my room. There's so much shit on the floor. It's just a bunch of G Fuel boxes. Cheese and peanut butter? Do you think that's going to be the April Fool's flavor fun, or is that what you want me to drink right now? Oh, thank you, Kyle. Or Dwayne, can you message back Kyle so that he can get you that Discord invite, por favor? Guys, I'm so proud of Rootsy and Spades for streaming more and editing shit. I'm so proud of them both. Okay. Showman should have said onions and waffles. Kyle did. Oh, God. This flavor is so good. Jesky! Ooh, Jesky. Look at the forehead kissy. That's what I say. All right, let me change my got D of the day. Is Tetris Blast. In the 2.0 formula. Let's put 2.0. Napo. Nikki! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Perfect. Okay. Alright. So, one more thing on my agenda that I wanted to do is that I have a throne gift to open. And I couldn't get the sticker off of my address, so I just blacked everything out. So I'm going to open it from this side, do you guys mind? But we have a throne gift to open that was gifted from Ghoulishly last stream, by the way. So, what, Saturday? And it's already here. The other one that she got from me is shipped, but this is already here. So, what the fudge? Awesome, boy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. A K-pop Demon Hunter collab for G Fuel would go so crazy. Holy schmoly. Oh. Oh. Hold on. Focus. It's Airborne. It's the Lonely Mountain. Oh, focus. Oh. It's the Lonely Mountain from The Hobbit. Let me show you my my current pop socket. My new pop socket. Thank you so much, Ghoulishly. She's not here right now, but still. Thank you for getting this to me off my throne. This is very sweet. I love me my Lord of the Rings. I love my Hobbit. But now I get to replace my super scuffed Lord of the Rings, the One Ring text, and put on my Lonely Mountain Erebor pop. Yep. Thank you so much, Throne. Ghoulishly. And Throne. Cool, I know, right? This is so sick. I'm not going to put it on now, because I feel like I'm going to mess it up. So I'm going to wait until after stream. I'm going to do it. Or I can do it now. What do you guys think? Your pop socket broke? Do you need one? I'm joking, that's mine. Why is the mountain lonely? Because a dragon took over it, and all the dwarves had to evacuate. Vanessa, mwah, they go the forehead kissy. What's up, Anubis? Anubis, happy Monday. Sorry, I had to jump to browser because my app won't let me whisper. Oh, really? Okay. Were you able to find him? Okay. If you can't get it to work, I can do it. Let me know if you can't get the whispers to work, and then I should be able to do it. Sorry, I just had my mods do it because it's easier. I'm lazy. I like giving them work to do. I like delegating tasks for them. Curry, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. You have Monday. Thank you, Anubis. Did you have a good weekend? What did you do? Guys, what was the best thing you ate this weekend? My mom made me a grilled cheese yesterday. That was pretty poggers. I think that's going to be my favorite thing I ate this weekend. It was so good. She put some Colby Jack on there and some provolone. Anubis, mwah. Escape, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. All right, Fawn, your band. Also forgot that I just started doing a calorie deficit, and I shouldn't have asked you guys what you're eating because I'm gonna want to eat it all. No, Dwayne, I got you. Hold on. Give me a second. So the only reason that we have people message the mods is because usually people have the settings on where mods can't, or people can't message others because you have the setting off where like strangers can't message you, which is the good setting to have. I can bypass that because if you follow somebody, I can message you because you follow me. Just give me a second. Hold on. But that's for anyone who's curious why we say, well, why do we have to message a mod? Not that Dwayne said it, but just anyone who's curious about that. That's why. Limit 1 use. Generate new link. Copy. Well, hopefully your whispers work because I'm going to send you a whisper on, because I don't know how else to message you, so it's going to be a whisper. Hopefully this works. Hopefully that pops up, Dwayne. Let us know. All right. Right. And then now we have the tarot pull. Okay. Yo, ghoul boss. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Hello? What the fudge? Anubis, thank you for giving a sub to Farganut. That's a fun name. Yo, what the fudge? Enjoy your 90? Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge, Farganut. And Anubis, thank you so much for gifting us up. What the fudge? Awesome, boy. Thank you for the 7 streak. Oh, I'm gonna pull a tarot pull. Ready? The Ace of Pentacles. A cycle is about to begin anew. Since the Pentacles suit deals in all things material, this reset could present itself as a new career, better health, or something similar. Whatever is coming will bring abundance. I know that Moon Quartz used your channel points, but if I Tiny Tiger, I feel like this is something that you need to manifest, right? Like this is yours. Anyone who's got some job interviews, Chloe, Dead Girl Chloe, has a new job. Better health. We're not being sick anymore. That's awesome. Prosperity, manifestation, and abundance. Abundance. Hello. Good tarot pull. Thank you, Moon Quartz, for that. Guys, go check out Territorial. Yep. I swear, that's crazy that card got pulled. I'm telling you. I don't believe in magic. I definitely believe in manifestation. A bunny dance! Aw, it's almost Easter. Wait, when is Easter next Sunday? No, it's the next Sunday. It's Easter's the 12th, no? I believe in a thing called love. I don't think I did the right beat, but I know that you're referencing a song. Vanessa, thank you for the 7 stream streak. What the fudge? It is next Sunday? Wait, it's the 5th? It's this Sunday. It's the 5th? Shut up! Did you guys see in the Discord the Easter eggs that I painted? Oh, the 6th. The 5th, you liar. This Sunday, this Easter. Guys, I've been working out my arms, and they're not sore at all. And I've upped my weight twice now. It worked. Yay! Oh, no! No, my God, Dwayne, you are not an issue at all. You are so fine. It's just, it took me literally 20 seconds. It just is 20 seconds less if a mod does. So you're so fine. It is no problem at all. But now the mods need like a task or like a snack to do to distract them. I'm joking. Kyle, you're such a good boy. I'm so excited for Easter. Does anybody do anything on Easter? Go to my aunt's house. That's pretty cool. Nice, you're a good boy. Good boy, Kyle. I have that. It's like, don't slander my name like this. It's like, Pixel, no. Wait, is that the One Piece Nuffle? No, you're so good. I don't think I requested that one. I can if you're too scared to. I'll do it. No, you are so good, Dwayne. You are so good. You are truly. No one is ever an issue when trying to get the Discord invites. I know it's a lot of back and forth, but it's truly no issue at all. You want it so badly? Just for it. Oh, did you guys see my announcement in the Discord that the Rainbow Six Siege one is going out of stock, or is going out of stock tonight, and it's 50% off? It's 50% off right now. I think the Gunner stream is started. Oh, it did start! Oh, shoot. Okay. Guys, everyone say hi, Gunner. We are officially live with Gunner Optics right now. Yippee! We missed them. We didn't get to see them last week. They kicked me off. I'm joking. Hi, Gunner. Hi, Funner. Guys. Kari, dog? Dog or cat? Gunner is funner. Actually, it's going to have to be dog because my cat's not here. All right, dog treats for Gunner. God, Gunner would be such a cool name for a dog. Okay, I said that my cat wasn't here. I just don't know how to look behind me. All right? I don't got peripherals. Sorry, no treats for you. Kari, did you want cat treats? Here, hold on. You're like, excuse me, I'm right here. There you go. Oh, everybody got one. There we go. Oh, man. My bad, homies. Sorry, Jasper. Mommy didn't see you. I love him. Do you want him? Do you want him? You can have him. Oi, chamoy. Well, we are live with Gunner. Yep. We are live with Gunner right now. And fun fact, guess what sale is still going on? We still have the mystery box sale. The mystery box goes on until while supplies last. And apparently the supplies are still lasting. I don't think my code works in conjunction with it. Pixel 2025, by the way, is my code. And it works for pretty much everything else on the website. But $10 for a mystery box is a pretty stellar deal. This is not for prescription. However, there is a prescription sale for 20% off prescription. My coupon code is only 15%. So get the RX sale without my code because it's 5% more. 20% off is awesome. Especially when it's FSA and HSA compatible too, because you pretty much get it for free. What's up, Timmy? Timmy, happy Monday. Think of the forehead kissy, by the way. But I think they just did a new release, didn't they? Or a couple new releases? Let's see. Alright, so I think it's just these two that are new. The Tindra and the Novato. Out of the new glasses that you guys see here, are there any that you guys want to see, like, IRL for me to wear for you guys? I'm not going to ask for any prescription ones because that's just a lot. But I can request them and wear them on my face if you guys want to see. Because I haven't requested any new ones except for Lucky 38. Lucky 38 and the Brotherhood and Steel are the only ones I've requested, but we gotta wait. They're still on like pre-order or back order, whatever. Lucky 38, I did request those. And if I like them, I might request them in prescription if I do like them, because they are sick. Late May. Ugh, I want them, but I want them now. They're so dope. Yeah, if I like them enough, I might request them in prescription. That 5% is a small sacrifice. No. Huh? Rothy, I saw on Steam earlier that you were playing a certain game. Were you You were! Oh my god! How is your Detroit Become Human? I opened up Steam because I wanted to open up DBD to get to record something. And I was like, who's played Detroit Become Human? I was like, Rothy! I didn't know you were streaming though. Damn. What's up, Tasha? Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Guys, thank you so much for shouting out those Raiders. And thank you so much for welcoming them. Shut up, and everyone is getting clapped, as they should. As they should. Wait, how come I don't have a follow for you anymore? Maybe that's why I didn't see you. That's cool. Thanks, Twitch. Okay, well, don't look at your activity feed. I know! I followed you. I know. No. Nah, that was a Twitch thing. Great. Thank you for being you. Huh? Really? Timmy, that's really sweet of you. What the fudge? Timmy, if there's anything I could do in my life, it'd just be to make someone smile. So that really awkward. I know, Tasha, I know. I could have just like not said anything too, but I wanted you to know. I don't follow anybody. The only time I ever unfollowed people was back when I hit, this is like 2 or 3 years ago, when I hit like my Twitch follow limit, which is like 1,500 people. It's a really high number. And I was like, all right. Because Twitch was telling me that I couldn't follow any more people because I followed too many people. And that's the only time. And I know I followed Rothy after that. So, anywho. I hope you had the best stream ever. I am forever having to clean my list. It's so hard. If you use the commander route... Oh, here, let's go to chatting. If you use the commander route feature, it's a lot easier, because then you could just go... you could just see your follow list and just, like, open up the tabs that way. That's what I did. Like, what was it? Like, in 2020, 2021. But, yeah, it's a lot easier that way. But thank you so much for the raid, Rothy. Please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, pugo, stretch, or drink. Please take care of yourselves. Wait, if you do what? Oh, I use Commander Root. If you open up Commander Root, which is like how you usually get rid of like bots on your account. Ooh, which I should do. I haven't gone through my bot follows in a long time. But I go through Commander Root, go through your follow list, like who you follow, and then it shows you a list, and you can just click on each link to people you follow. So, like, if there's someone's name I don't recognize, or if it's like, oh, well, this person, like, hates me now, it's like, then you can go, like, unfollow them that way. Just type in Commander Root in your Google, or whatever form or internet browser you use. Commander Root, root as in, like, grass and ginger. So, R-O-O-T. Yeah, Commander Root. Not route. But no, you're totally right. Commander Root is in, like, underground, not route or root. Do you say root like that? Okay, do you guys say root or route? Because now I need to know. What's up, Electric Panther? Think with the 4 I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Route 66? Who says Route 66? Roots like Groot? Yeah, like that. Also, Electric Panther, thank you for the 40 stream streak. What the fudge? Rosario, you say Root? Yeah, do you guys say Route 66 or Route 66? Maybe it's like caramel and caramel. Like, maybe it just changes depending on what I'm saying afterwards. Mando plays. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I see your Root. No routes? Routes like Root. Man, am I the odd one out? Caramel. Yeah, I feel like I'm 50-50 on that. 29 days straight? What about 29 days gay? I'm joking. What the fudge? Is your job allowed to do that? Or do you have 2 jobs? Isn't there some laws against that? Also, Salted Loki, thank you for the 13 birthdays. Lucky number 13. Yo, Loki, enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes ad-free view and you're so bad. Also, everyone say hi, Loki. And everyone who doesn't say hi to Salted Loki is getting banned. Also, Loki. Mwah, think with a forehead kissy. Route. You do both? Wait, for caramel or root? Hi, Loki. Ah, good chat. Go, bye, Loki. Hey. Hey. But for anyone who's just joined us, we are doing our sponsor segment with Gunner Optics. Shout out to Gunner. And I was asking chat what glasses from their new arrivals would you guys want to see. I think, because I have the Roswells, which are sick. We've already seen those a bunch. And I don't think I have looked into... We did look at these. I think I said I liked... What did I say? I liked the Davis and the Haywood and the Barton. But are there any glasses from the new arrivals that you guys would want me to request so that I can show you guys IRL? Because it's always different. Like, it's like, yeah, you can see the stuff in... Oh, you say Route? Josh on Facebook says Route. I'm team Route as well. Can we get a poll? Wait, mods, do we mind getting a poll for Root versus Route? I just want to see. I need to get another eye check. Me too. I really do. The Borderlands 4 one? Oh my god. Oh, didn't Borderlands 4 get like a huge update? Team Route. I feel like I'm a Route. I feel like I'm a router. Loki, I hope you're doing so good. Hope you had a good weekend. Oh, for those of you not in the Discord, our Snapple fact of the day is cold water weighs less than hot water. No, it's a good conversation, Moon. It's good. I love this random shite. I kind of want to request the visor, mostly because I just want to know what I look like in them. And because I really want to try this Gunner style with like the mono lens, you know? Because there's a couple. Are there a couple like this? Or I feel like I've seen them. Oh, wait, hold on. Wasn't there another one? Oh, here's the aforementioned Borderlands one that Gunner was just talking about. Either way, I feel like I could do both. Hi, Raven! Everyone say hi, Raven. Oh, you're banned. Hi, princess. Visor, but I didn't know how you would have felt about it. No, I kind of want to try it. I'm not gonna request them in my prescription or anything, so it's not gonna be anything crazy for them to do. But I kind of want to request the visor just because I feel like this would be interesting to see like on a person. Like obviously we can look at it and we can see it on a person in here, but these are like models. These are beautiful people. Oh, and it comes in one of those plushy here, the same plushy thing that the Roswell one came in. It comes in its own jacket. Yeah, it comes in its own puffer jacket. Oh, I need these just for that. The ones with the metal on the side. Oh, so I do have the Moxies here. I did request the Lucky 38. They'll come out at the end of May, allegedly. Depending on context. Oh, I see. Raven, I hope you had a good weekend. Okay, girl, but I never said I wasn't feeling. I just didn't know what the mall. Route 66, but GPS route. Oh, yeah, you know what, Ground Zero? I think I'm the same way. Mods, I'm gonna ban you. Alright, well, I'll ask for the visor. And I'll see what these look like. The Terrors kind of look sick, too. The Terrors kind of remind me of the Barons. Oh, no, they don't. Because they look definitely thinner than the Barons. These are very pretty, though. Well, we'll see. But we do have some sales that I think you guys should be mindful of, and one is the 20% off prescription sale, which is insane! And these are the Clicks glasses, in case you guys are wondering. I should request those! I've never requested the Clickses. The Clicksies. And then, not to be confused with Clickers. Nice. And then we have the mystery box. We can get any mystery pair of spectacles on the website for $10. Which is a great way to test out to see if you like blue light blocking glasses in the first place. Oh, the Moxies are sick. Do I, oh, I have them right here. How convenient. So here's the case that they come in. Oh, Raven, what would I do without you? This is what happens when I don't stream for a week. With Gunner. I forget everything. Ooh, thank you so much. Oh, Raven, you're so hot for that. So they do have the double bendy hinges. And then they have the side metal part, which is so pretty. These are not prescription, so I'm gonna be squinting at you guys. Sorry, I just can't see. Let's change the screen. Here. They look so sick, if I do say so myself. I do want to request these in prescription because these are just so ekin stunning. I didn't see if someone already made it, so I made it. Wait, made what? What'd you make? I have a pair of blue light. Oh, do you really? Do you love them? Do you find that there's no right or wrong answers, but do you find that they make a difference for you personally? Oh, that's all right, Ground Zero. That's all right. Super steampunk, yeah. Oh, the pole! Oh! I feel like I do say both, but I feel like I defer to route before root. Like, if I'm reading in a book, I'm gonna read it as route, I think. Thank you for making the poll, Loki. Yes, it does make it easier for me to see the screens. Hey, I love that for you. I'm glad. I'm glad that they help you. Also, Sunny, mwah, Mama J, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. These are in the 98% amber tint, which is my favorite tint. And then these are the 35% clear. So they do have the blue light blocking. It's just not as obvious because this does a lot of like the color shift because you can see it's very orange. Oh, so I don't want to call you out, but Moon Quartz, we were talking about Commander Root, the streamer bot thing, and Moon Quartz is asking how to spell it. Was it root like root or roots like root? And so it made me start thinking, like, do people pronounce route as root or as route? And so that's how that came up. Shabby! Think of the forehead kissy. I read it in my head as route, but I say root. Oh, and stellar. Oh, that's fascinating. Chat tying the poll again, and I can't even like undo the tie because I already voted in it. Bravo, Penguin! Think of the forehead kissy. Everyone say hello, princess. Or your band. All right, can I yap about one more thing? Do you guys mind? There's one more thing, and I swear it's the last thing, and then we'll get into the game. Cause we did our gunner stuff. So, I got in the mail a very special package. Wait. Princess Bobby Banguini. Can you go back to gunner real quick? I absolutely can. Game display. What do you need? Didn't they? Oh, yeah. Hold on. Was it of the Fallout ones or of the Moxie ones? I don't remember if the Moxies came in Sunnies. No, the Moxies do not come in Sunnies. But the Fallout ones, which are very similar to the Moxies, they are available in the Sunnies. But these will ship in late May. You, when we just woke up, good morning, princess. Will look amazing on you? Oh, I hope so. I requested them. Not in prescription, but I am very excited to see them. Oh, like wearing this. Oh, you're making me hyped to get them. Well, I hope so. That's true. That's true. If you order prescription, you can get them in pretty much any flavor of lenses. That's true. That's very true. See, that's why I keep you around, Loki. You know things. All right. So I got, as you guys know, I was doing the oh wait, hold on. I was doing the Conqueror for The Hobbit. I did The Unexpected Journey. I did The Desolation of Smaug, and I just finished my Battle of the Five Armies. And this one took me a lot longer than the other ones because I did either a 5 times headwind or a 7 times headwind. It may have been 5 times headwind. Basically, I made this route 5 times longer than it should have been in the app. And because if you guys didn't know, I was doing my Hobbit walking challenge that I made up. No relation to these. I actually discovered Conqueror because of the TikToks I was uploading every day. going over my Hobbit walking challenge because I Googled, well, how long did it take Bilbo and friends and Thorin and friends to get from the Shire to Erebor in the Hobbit movies? And it was 950 miles in 172 days. And so I walked 5.5 miles minimum every single day for 172 days. And it just ended, early this month, right? We did it live on stream. And I must have mismathed when I did this in the app because it took me an extra couple weeks afterwards to finish in the app. But I finally got my medal in, and I waited for you guys to be here so I could open this. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, it's got the statues. Oh, this is a heavy medal. Hair pretty, shabby pretty. Ooh. Oh, and then look. This is I think this is from the first movie. From the prologue. Oh. This is heavy. And so it tells you the 2 different mileages that you could have done. Either 75 miles here or 121 kilometers. And it was 75 miles. I did 5 times that. So, whatever that is. And... Oh! It has Thranduil's Moose, because that's the name of the horse in the show was Moose, and it has Tharin's cousin Hog. Oh my god, how cool! Oh, here. If more people valued home above gold, this world would be a merrier place. One of Tharin's last lines that he said to Bilbo. Dane, thank you. Dane. No way. Hold on. Oh my god. Okay. So here's the first medal. This is from Unexpected Journey. So it's got Sting. And look. You can take Sting, like, you can't take it out, but you can take, like, kind of out. Right? There's that. And it has the Shire behind it. And so this is what I'm, like, trying to raise money for the Lord of the Rings ones. Because I want to do all the Lord of the Rings challenges. And it came with the Sting, but it also came with the key to Erebor here. Right. Cool. Now, everyone shut up. Watch. Now, fast forward to the Desolation of Smaug medal, right? Which we have, obviously, Smaug, right? And then we have the Arkenstone, right, above the throne. You take the key to Erebor, and there's like this little slot right here, and you put it in here. So this is from the first one. You put it in this little keyhole, right? You turn it, and then this is where the Arkenstone is, and you can take the Arkenstone out, close this, and then you put it here. Oh my god! And then you put it here. Hold on, how do you do this? Oh, it's magnet! Oh my god, okay, so this is magnet. You undo this, put the Arkenstone in there. Oh. And there it is. This is so sick. So these are all 3 of the medals. Desolation of Smaug, Unexpected Journey, and Battle of 5 Armies. These are really, really heavy. So these are I'm sure are very similar to the Lord of the Rings medals that I am got the goal for my Ko-Fi. But this was with the Conqueror app that people recommended me to do once I started doing this that Hobbit walking challenge. Oh, that is the wrong one. Desolation of Smaug. There we go. So yeah, super dope. They have a bunch of other stuff too. Like they have in real life places that you can walk. Like I know there's like a Salem witch trials one, and they have, I don't know. I don't really pay attention to other ones that aren't the Lord of the Rings ones. I'm not gonna lie, but these are very cool. So yeah, not sponsored by the way. Literally just showing what I've done. But hey, Conqueror, if you want to work with me, I want to do the Lord of the Rings ones. Let me know. These are so cool. Oh no! I forgot my key to Erebor. I gotta put this back. There you go. So I gotta find some cool way to display these. But I wanted to share that with you guys because I got my last medal in. So that was very cool. Also, Melkor, welcome in. That was for a while, but I don't get to walk much for health reasons, so I don't know how much it's worth it. So I think it was worth it to me personally. Sorry, it's really hot. It's like 80 degrees right now. It's like super duper hot. You are plugged in. Okay. Let me know if that's too loud. Let me know if that's too loud. But I used to not be very active. I am now super duper active, which is really nice. I've been working out like every day for the past 200 something days. But you can change how long you want it to last for. Like, you could say, like, oh, what your goal is. Like, oh, I want to walk 1 mile a day, or 2 miles a day, or like I was doing 5.5 miles a day. So you can adjust it to your own personal goals, and you can also do it with people. I don't know what it's like to do it with people, but apparently you can. Proud of you. Thank you. Thanks, Dwayne. Thanks, Spook Gourds. You're probably gonna find. Oh yeah, Charlie gets scared by his own shadow. He doesn't like the fan. What do the ones you're racing for look like? The Lord of the Rings ones. Here, let me pull them up. Shut up, Raven. You? Oh, I forgot to do my Duolingo today. Did you really? Shut up. What did you do? Like, what were you working out? I just out of curiosity. Lord of the Rings bundle. Here we go. Oh. Trying to find a good picture. Okay. Alright, how? Shut up. Oh, and this is like the stand that you can get with them. Ugh. Focus? It's gonna be hard to show because it's on my phone. Hello? Okay, let me see if I could pull it up on maybe the web. Is there a website maybe? Oh, here we go. There is a website. Oh, a Marvel one just came out. I've been getting emails like crazy for that. I don't care! Oh, here we go. Lord of the Rings. For Grimsby is up. Alright, game display. Alright, here we go. So, the Shire, the Fellowship, Mines of Moria, the Eye of Sauron, Mordor, and then there's also the Rohan, Helm's Deep, and Gondor ones too. So, but there also is a the stand that costs like it's like a little bit extra, but it's like a medal holder that you can put them all on, which is super cool. Like, I wish the Hobbit one had that, but it's fine. But they have like the Argonath on there. They have Rivendell. They got the Doors of Durin. Oh no, that's Rivendell. It's Lothlorien, Mount Doom, the Prancing Pony. Child, what do you want? Yeah, super duper dope. But that's what I'm raising money for right now. Yapping lasted over an hour. No, we're not. Well. Look at you. 84,000 points believed that I would yap for over an hour. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations on your channel points. Bye, bro! Zombie magic. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Hi, Daddy! Daddy, hope you're doing so good. I was fixing my glasses. Zombie, how are you doing? How was your stream? Hold on. What did you say? I did the bike and a little elliptical. Shut up. I want a Stairmaster, because because I have like the super like agoraphobia and anxiety, whatever. Like, the only reason I would want to, like, something would actually get me out in public to go to the gym is to do the Stairmaster. I want that so bad. Oh my god, you're scaring me. You're scaring me, honey. Come here. Come here. I too have autism ADHD. I knew it wouldn't be under an hour. Yeah, I have an elliptical in my laundry room, which I used to use before I got a walking pad. But yeah, he's a squeaky boy. He's squeaky boy. Also, thank you so much for the shout out, Kyle. Thank you so much for shouting out the homie Zombie Magic. I'm basically a gym rat now. I'm so proud of you, though. And those are so cute. I can't say I'm not super tempted. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings buff, but I have a mid tattoo sleeve for it. Wait, what do you have tattooed on you? My, like, dream tattoo at the moment is to get the One Ring text just, like, right here above my elbow and underneath my bicep. That's what I want. The Conquer challenges are great. I love them so much. Wait, Moonlit Ashley, which ones did you do? Or which ones have you done? I hope I didn't miss anyone's messages. I'm scrolling up right now. You started biking again! Oh, yeah, because on the Conqueror, you can do a walking version or you could do a bike version. Alright, I think I caught up on messages. I'm sorry if I missed anything. What's up, Slumpy? Hi, Shabby. I've been doing so good. I'm doing alright. I did have someone message me, we need to talk kind of message today. So that's gonna stress me out a little bit. So I'm a little stressed right now. But we're gonna talk tomorrow, so hopefully everything's okay. But I got, they didn't say, like, in the same words we have to talk, but it has that aura of we need to talk, you know? So it's like, I'm a little stressed out by that, but besides that, I think I'm okay. Oh, Dwayne, exactly. I hope everything's okay. I hope so, too. I really hope so. I asked about the Hobbit movie nights in Discord, but I know that's a big deal. Wait, I asked about Hobbit movie nights in Discord, but I know that's a big deal. Wait, what do you mean? Like, did you say it in chat right now and I missed it? What are you asking about? What are we talking about the Hobbit? What? Tell me more about these Hobbit questions. I grilled Wagyu wine marinade burgers again and made garlic butter toasted onion rolls. Alright, I just started a calorie deficit. Can we not talk about food right now? The medals look so cool, goodness. Which ones would you want to do? They're big, because the thing is, like, I would not want to do anything besides the extended editions, and those are, like, what, 3-something hours, right? I think they're just shy of 3 hours with the Hobbit movies. I think they're just, like, just shy, I think. I asked my partner if I'm the only one she's been with. She said yes, the rest were all 7s. Oh my god, that's actually super funny, Jesse. My condolences. I understand big time. Oh, it's the worst. Also, panda fans. Look at the forehead kissy. No, don't do that to me. Tell me no. But I was about to get ready to stream, so I was like, all right. I can't talk now, but tomorrow, I'm going to message them as soon as I wake up. Like, if I wake up at 9, they better be up at 9, because I want to know what is going on. Jesse, think of the forehead kissy. You and your food, listen. It's all right. I'm experimenting with this calorie deficit. Let's see how it goes, because you guys know how I love food. Food is a comfort for me. I haven't ever sat down and watched any Hobbit or Lord of the Rings movie. It's been in the same room as the first Hobbit movie, but we were doing something. I mean, it helps me personally when I'm doing something, like when watching. Because even with, like, the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, which I'm obsessed with, and I literally have every single line of 20 hours of all the films memorized. Even the Elvish. But I still have to do something, you know? Boo is so cute. He is so cute, isn't he? One of my neighbors gave him a treat today while I was walking. It was so cute. Oh, when I say doing something, I mean something that we weren't watching the movie. Oh. Sex? Oh, yeah, I guess I think they have that, too. I think they have that. I think they just added the Marvel ones. They have a bunch of, like, popular culture stuff. It's like cat hair everywhere. Yeah, see, I've lost a bunch of weight. I've lost, what? Over 30 pounds so far just by working out, but no calorie deficit. Can you imagine in those 172 days that I was working out 5.5 miles a day, if I was on a calorie deficit too? Girl, I'd already be sub 200. I don't want to be sub 200. 200's my goal. That's like, well, yeah, I guess it'd be my goal. I'd be happy at 200. I'd be very happy with that. But yeah, I just love food. I love food. I'm very depressed, and it's my comfort thing. Can take a toll on your body. That's why I'm doing, like, when I say calorie deficit, I'm doing a calorie deficit. I'm just, like, being more mindful of what I'm, like, eating, you know? Aw, thanks, Mama J. I tried, you know? And like Raven said, now I'm a fucking gym rat. But, like, at-home gym rat. No, like, I feel like people should just know, like, this person didn't say this to me, but, and if you say the sentence, we need to talk. Canceled. Cancel them. I used to love the hot movies, but I could never understand why Darth Vader hated the lightning scar kid in Narnia, but he needs 6 colorful rocks to defeat Bella's vampire baby. Wow! That's a lot, Jesse. Oh, thanks, Dwayne! I very appreciate that. So that lobby viewers must be oh so empty. You want to get out of there? You want to get out on this? No, it triggers you, right? Dwayne, real. 600 calories and those 400 grams of protein. Yeah, but I mean, that's how you do it though, right? All right, I'll open up the game. All right, well, how long are we into stream? 1 hour and 10 minutes. Prediction winners lost by 10 minutes. Damn. Stream for 1 hour and 10 minutes. But to be fair, I did have a lot I wanted to talk about today. My forehead is free for 1 hour. Wait, did I do your kissy? Mwah. Oh no! Have a good night, Hopeless Buttercup. I hope you're able to wake up in time for your appointment. Everyone say good night, Buttercup. Oh, don't watch the VOD. I'm never funny. But I do appreciate that. I thought it would be funny, Loki. Are we blood hunting? BP for everyone. Leanne Smells, you want to get on here? Has these protein muffin tops. Oh my god, I call my pets muffin tops. Isn't that so funny? Do you want cat or dog? I'm not gonna do open lobbies. Only for special peeps. Not that you're not special. Sorry. Kitties! Alright. Because I did rob Kari of them earlier. Song of best romance. Sacrifice of men. Trails of betrayal. Oh, ew! That one almost came back up. My foster mom used to call me special. Oh, and then here comes Jasper. Jasper. Here comes Charlie because he heard the treat thing. Mark! Think of the forehead kissy. Your 10th kissing. Ugh, I hate the feeling like my fingers get after I touch the treats. Alright. No! That's not what I mean. It's like, I just don't want to do open lobbies all the time, guys, alright? Blood Moon? Blood Moon event? What's up, father? Welcome in. But if you get us this killer, you 8 hook and farm? Implant. Oh, what did you make today? Spades, if you join us, it'd be a full lobby. Oh, have a good night, Kari. Kari, enjoy your nap. Spades. Butterflies. How cute. What color? I'll tell them with love. I wouldn't expect any other way. Try your final breath. I'm about to die? That's right. No problem. Yeah, you do, Stellar. And I'm alive. No longer you. Oh, you like that? He did this, like, the dog head cock thing. Oof. 2. So I went to the grocery store today, and I got some treats. I got some peanut butter, and I got some carrots, and then I had a little treat for me. I love eating carrots. Yeah, he loves carrots. My favorite thing to eat at night, like post-stream recently, is to eat carrots, like baby carrots, and share them with the doggies. Oh yeah, so I went out to the park. We went for a walk. We went for a walk, and I got some treats. And then I went to Mom and Dad's house, where Gimli and Tsunami were. And then I saw Dad. I saw Mom and Dad. Alright, go away. I'm literally saying all of his favorite words and expect him to just go away. I'll have to hop up. Okay, but we're waiting for you, right? The ears were there, so cute. This is so cute. So cute. Gaslighting. Gaslight gatekeep girl boss. What a good guy. He's aight. He's aight. He's just a baby. Hey, baby. Hey, my baby. I am bringing squeech cobblers. But then... He's a good boy. Hi. You want a hug? Up. No, you only come up if there's a treat, huh? You got eye boogers. You got eye boogers. I rub them into your fur because I don't want them on me. That's gross. What do you want? Do? Do you? What's that? What is that? Ooh, don't bite him. What is that, Charlie? Get it! What is it? That's why we can't have nice names, Boo. And you guys think Boo just sleeps all day. She'll only eat one bread of dry food, hates pate wet food, and has a steady diet of random crumbs on the floor. That's a husky for ya. You guys do some writing thing? Ew. Ew. But ma'am. That's so funny. Oh, it's gross. It's gross, Loki. I saw that. Ugh. The new Deathslinger skin. Photo Rose. Mwah. They go the forehead kissy. But I can't play him the best. That's okay. Because you can get 0 kills and you can still get a lot of blood points. You're the reason we can't have nice things. Whole spine. Oh, I didn't even look at the back. No survival instinct. That's really cute. Yo, thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Who brought the eyeball, by the way? Nice blood point stacking, Spades. Classic. Oh, God. Whoa! Hello, stutter? Did you guys see that? That was a hella stutter. 300 to 350 per game? Oh, my God. Well, what's the blood point special right now? Like, what, 5 times? Good. Good submissive, Spades. Thank you. It's because their horns don't work. Shut up. 6 times? Oh my god. Holy. I gotta sneeze. I know I took my allergy meds today. Because I looked away for exactly 5 minutes. Oh, why would you look that way? Rude. Bless you. Is this man out here in his boxers? Yes. Actually, those are my mantees. Thank God I moved when I did. Holy crap. She's like right there, so I just want to wait like 1 more second before I pull you. Because she's going to come right back, right? Alright, she's kicking at Jen. No, she's on her way back. No. No, she went for you. That is not what I wanted. I was hoping she'd come for the hook and then I'd run and sprint burst away. I'm gonna keep my sprint burst for now. Because I don't have background player. Yo! I saw that whiff! I saw that whiff! What did I do? Oh. Huge respect, by the way. That would have hit me. Thank God I didn't do that during the chase. My gen's probably at 0! Gonna get food? Enjoy your food, lovely. Mina. Oh my gosh. Resulting in so many people just letting me kill them. That's, you know what? That's a pay to win skin cosmetic, isn't it? Oh, dogs can never figure out how to, when a dog has a leash around them, they can never figure out how to get unstuck. It's so funny. Chloe, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. What was that for? She's pretty, but she's dumb. Just like me. I'm joking. I'm not, Brandy. I'm joking. Alright, if she comes, I'll take chase. Hello, Chloe. Chloe, how's the job going? How was your weekend? Ah! Look, I didn't let you die. See? I would never let you die. Attack. Think with the forehead kissy. Yo! 69! Mazel tov on the 69 kissies. Alright, is there like... Oh, she's lagging. Oh. Oh, yeah, but we don't enforce that rule in the Twitch chat anymore. Oh, shit! Sorry, I was reading chat. Sorry, reading chat. Reading chat. Whoa! Good girl. Good girl. I gotta stop reading chat. Ozaka, hope you had a fantastic weekend. I keep forgetting today's Monday. Danger Dan! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. You guys like my butt? Those are all you haters out there. Look at my butt! Wait, what does it look like? What's the front look like? Oh, man! All that cake. Does he have a cake? Or like a cupcake. Oh, now I want cake. Oh. Can I heal myself? No. Is there a box? There is. I'm just a pancake. Oh, that's what I should have said. A pancake. A cupcake. Wait, no, it's small. And I should probably be eating because I gotta be there in 4 hours. Oh no. Well, make sure you get some rest, Chloe. Please. Please take a nap. Because if you have to be there in 4 hours, that means you're gonna sleep for like, what, 2.5, maybe? So enjoy your nap, Chloe. I should have used a different build, methinks. Oh, okay. Oh, you, come here. Rub me bum. Yeah, rub my ass. Yes! I don't know if I've seen, like, some of the craziest ones, low-key. But I have definitely seen some crazy ones. Whoops. Okay, red. Okay, she's in chase. So we're Gucci. And Gucci. God, Ada, you were looking fit as a fiddle. Oh, hello. Oh, Leon and Ada. Oh, yeah, butt rubs. What about from Leon? Or 2 right next to each other? But there are 3 all in one corner of the map besides each other? How is this gen at 0 again? Guys, I've been doing this gen all game. Guys, it's cold. Ugh. It's too hot without the fan, too cold with the fan. Never happy. Yay! What's up? Oh, good. Daddy Leon can rub anything. He oh, oh, Lightborn. Good to know. And Ada Thirst Traps my TikTok feed on Pharaoh. Oh no. My steak is too juicy. My lobster too buttery. Is that how it goes? Really, Father? You think so? How my booty rub too by Leon? Leon or Ada? Rot Raggy. I just want to get my gen done. That's fine. I don't want to get my gen done anyway. Oh, no way she stacked so. Oh, she's got 120 ping! I forgot she has 120 ping. Yeah, I forgot she has 120 ping. And that first one. 4 people hundreds? Oh, really? Yikes! By Ada, by Leon. Alright. Share the load. I gotta do a different build. I like this build. Could be better. I wanna have like inner healing. I wanna put inner healing and counter force back on. You said both. You said both? I thought I was still muted. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Six P100s. Chicks! Both? Both is good. What is that? Road to El Dorado? Right? I'm going back to my gen. I really want this gen to get done. It's not kicked. Perfect. Yo, Sandy! Look up. Yo, Sandy! Think of the whore I kiss you. Look up. I love the emote. That boy got cheeks. That's a Leon! And now I'm moving shit and rearranging my whole house. Mind, this is 2 days after coming back from the ER, from pinched near my back. Oy. Marsh, do you have... Oh, I was about to ask you, do you have ADHD? Cause yeah, it's ADHD AF. That's very funny. Yo, you're losing gens, Rin. Oh, good girl. Wait, don't pick me up. Suck me, suck me, suck me, suck me. Yes! Yes! This is great. This is good. I'm a conviction in front of her face and my sprint burst is back. Because there's Lightborn, so there's nothing I could do as far as saves goes. This is great. This is great. This could not have been... This could not have got better. Shabby, if you don't want to wait, you don't have to wait. Jordan, think of the forehead QC. I know, like, people want to get blood points. This is why I like to do solo cubes. Like, understand, like, the whole, like, waiting thing is no fun. Oh. Okay. Well, let's see what Leon does. Well, okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Then I'll save my conviction then. Thank you, Mr. Ray. Ooh, another puff? Whoa! And I get to use my Soul Guard endurance. Guess where she's gonna come right back to. Oh, damn! You gotta get your team out of here. That's alright. Do you want me to do it? What does she want? What do you want from me? Rin! No, Rin, come back! What does she want? What is she saying? This is why I still bring my this perk will have limited use in this mode build whenever in this mode. What does that mean? 0. Got a fizz. Oh, really? Oh, you know, I have to use that other build that was recommended to me last time. Take you, Ada. Which I still haven't used my conviction yet, by the way. Lapis! Lapis. Think of the forehead kiss. See, I think she wants us to finish the gen. It looks like she wants us to finish. Is she giving me streamer privilege? Thanks, Ren. Thanks, bestie. Lapis, I give you a kissy? Lapis with the what? Thank you for the 7 months? Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add for your view and your sub badge. I'm a little nervous, though. Because she's not hooking Winchester. Are we waiting for a door to be open for Blood Warden? We are not. We can't do anything because of Lightborn, right? Well, I can't take a hit. You're not getting my beam, though. That's an event beam. So, Shabby, what did you do to her? Shabby, do you think she just miscounted, maybe? R.I.P. Shabby! I gave you a kiss for the resub. Big fan of BP. GG's, homie. Oh my god, that is a very funny name. GG's. I had 100,000 blood points. I now have 500. Sorry about Jake. I'm not. JK. We love Shabby. Oh my god. Oh, it's just a good luck on next. Alright, whatever. I could do one more. Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. We're gonna do an ad now, so there's no ad in game. Look, I'm gonna put on Counterforce.
Hello.
And inner strength or inner healing, whatever it's called now. I'll get rid of conviction. I'll get rid of conviction and soul guard. Even though I love conviction and soul guard, I'm gonna get rid of it. Yo, delight, GG's. That's alright. Oh, not the ads. GG's delight. Thanks for letting most of us live. Most of us live. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Usually streamer privilege would be them fully targeting you. I feel like I definitely do get targeted sometimes, you know, it is what it is. But I feel like I more often than not get nice people for streaming, you know. But Lapis, seriously, thank you so much for the resub. Sorry, I don't know how to read alerts. Truly, thank you so much. Enjoy your emotes, ad review, and your sub badge. No, you are so fine, Delight. You are so fine. I have been victim of... Oh my god, I've played Killer. Okay, guys, don't cancel me. But you guys were there. I've played Killer as... What did I have, like 999 ping? Was I playing like Nemesis? I was playing Nemesis, and I had like 900 ping. It was crazy. Oh, what is this prediction? Ooh, thank you, mods. Oh, I love how hot and tall and talented and handsome my mods are. Guys, tell the mods how hot they are. What's up, Mad Eye? Happy Monday. I love OBS. Let me read. Okay. Will Pixel complete a gen? That's a mean one, but it's actually a really good prediction. Because I didn't complete a gen until, because that gen I was working on was our 5th gen that got completed. But Delight, I didn't get to say this in Endgame because I left too quickly. But good luck in your games. I hope you get lots of blood points. I hope you kill lots of disgusting Twitch shirt streamers. Yeah, give me your juicy booty. What? I thought that was an herb. I thought this was an herb, and I was about to get... I've been watching a lot of Resident Evil Requiem speedruns, and I literally thought that was a green herb. It felt like it was less mean than Will Pixel Escape. Yeah. That's alright. I understand the Will Pixel Escape, though. I understand. I still have rippers? I do have rippers, okay. Is there a counterforce in here? There is a counterforce in here. You better not put the killer in. Okay. I was right about the gen would get done. You know what? We did finish one gen last game. And it was the last one. Alright, I'll use my sprint burst though. Let's find the generator. Let's find the generator. Is there none on this end? Ah, I found one! Yep, yep. Someone dropped 25k on no.
I am inevitable.
Ooh. It's the first, right? But it's like its human form, right? That's probably one of the mods that dropped 25k on no. Enray! That's his name, Enray! Not the dramaturgy into the chest. Did you get like double speed? Because that's really funny. I really want to open this chest, but oh no. I really want to get this gen done to hack that person that's at 25k and no. I'm gonna be so happy if we get this first gen done. Enray, don't come here! Don't come here, Enray! No, Enray! I'll stick to it. Oh, yes. Cool. And we get the chest. Perfect. Winchester going on a juicy McJuice or juice. First aid kit's up top. Oh, Winchester. Good chase. Good girl. Good girl. Give me my points. Thirds, no. Dwayne, I hope you have a good night at work. Everybody say, bye, Dwayne. Thank you so much. And also, thank you for all the support on all the socials. I really appreciate you. I should have killed the Ada for the eyeball. You should have. I'm joking. They did bring Yui this game so that, that they could bring a cake. I joined last but off solo queue. Ooh, run! Aw, you can't do it next to a hook, silly goober goober. Now I wonder if you have Lightborn. Oh, wait, Zero, was that you? Hold on, look at me. Ah, poop. I tried. Big boins. A couple people got some pig boins. No way. Well, thank you very much for juicing up the How did he know I was there? Ah, that was a joke. That was a joke, chat. Wait, am I exhausted? Oh no. Whoa! Oh, I ran into it. Oh my god, the little tips of my tootsies. Stop. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to play against you. I'm learning. She's learning. She's learning a little bit. I don't know how to play against you! Okay, alright, you get one. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, good girl. That's a really short prediction, by the way. Can we cancel that prediction? I prefer just and it's okay. Like no one's in trouble or anything. I just prefer no 30-second predictions because those are way too short. If you guys don't mind. But I really appreciate doing the predictions. Like seriously, that makes me so happy. Truly, thank you so much. Plaything. No, you're so good. I believe it. Baby! 16? Anybody, can anybody beat 16? Who's gonna have, the PP of the day? P-O-T-D. Is that a bad word? No. P-O-T-D? Oh, okay. 57? Shout out to, oh, I forgot how good this was. Shout out to the cooldown. I'm gonna add manties to my vocabulary. Man panties, manties. What's up, Mouche? Mouche, happy Monday. Hope you're doing very well. 4% bratty? Yeah, that ain't right. Alright, so Po is winning. Oh, I can get up. Why? Alright. I'll take it. 15 inches? Oh, wait, can't I heal? I have inner healing. Hold on. 2 minutes. Oh, slay. Oh! Shabby, hold on. Wait for me. Wait for me, Angel. Wait, hold on. Oh, is that for me? Do you want me to heal you? 59? 59? Ooh, 98% vibe? Oh, cool. So 59 is their new winner. A big win for the dolls. Oh my god, so real. That's very funny. This blindness thing is like ass. I hate it. Oh! 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 Alright, well, I don't know where that person was hooked. So I think they were over here. Oh, they're right there. I can open my eyeballs. Oh, I think I just missed him. Yo, Moshe, enjoy the rest of your evening. If I don't see you, have a very great rest of your week. So who has the who's got the 59 PP? Big 59 PP. Wait, did he find you, Shabby? You know what? It's probably because I ran from you, so he followed my... That was actually probably my fault, Shabby. Because I ran from that room. Oh. That's really unfortunate. So I just killed 2 of my teammates. Poe, how was dinner? I just killed 2 of my teammates. That's crazy. We're gonna run. We're gonna run because we're gonna run. Oh, I thought I was dead. Oh, I see Naida. You know what? I'm going away. Just keep running, just keep running, just keep running, just keep running, run. Oh, no way that connected. No, nice. This guy knows a thing or two. No, I'm not going here. This is actually the worst part I could be. Yeah, that's like the worst place I could be. No, he's so good. No open lobbies today. I was playing some peeps and poops. So Mama J has the POTD so far. POTD. Wait, no, you guys D100? Wait, what was the prediction? 50? Close. Respectable, but not quite POTD. How many? Oh, is it? Okay, cool. I don't know. By playing a character you don't know. I'm just bad at this video game. Oh, I just said Ada, by the way. And I forgot that that's not an Ada. Actually, not an Ada. Ted! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, shh. Okay. Sorry. I just won my totem. I'm sorry. I can't hear the chase music. So I didn't know she was there. Sorry, I couldn't hear the chase music. All I saw was that my totem was here. You're joking. That's right. Yo, zombie Game Boy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Welcome in. Spartan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Fawn split the uprights. Wait, what? 68 inches! Holy! Oh, I see. Hey, guys. Good thing I took conviction off, right? Good thing I took conviction off. I'm still here. That doesn't work. You gotta pick me up. 43 inches. Oh, so we have Fawn. Fawn has the POTD now, right? With 68 inches. Man, all I wanted this entire game was that freaking hex. Plaything. That's what it is. GG's. All right, so 2 people are dead. I won't leave. Dweeb. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See, that's a good brat. 61 inches. Not bad. Not good enough. We're looking for higher than 68 inches. I love seeing a Yui. Oh, what are you M1ing for? Oh, I see. Good prediction. Good prediction. 90% bratty. Rootsy. Honorable. Honorable. I really, really appreciate the predictions, truly. Like, I can't tell you guys how hot and tall and talented the mods are. We're at 95? Oh, so we have the BOTD, the brat of the day, is Gracie. Oh.
Prepare.
Are you trying to destroy the guts? Wait, what? Do a flip! Yo, that was a cool flip, though. I don't know. Is anyone gonna be able to beat a what 98% brat brat of the day? You rang. What do you want? What do you want? Who gave you energy? Huh? Good job. What was that? What was that? What was that? GG's. So anyways, that was crazy. What happened? Bye, Spades! Spades! You're so hot. Enjoy your writing. It's always Brat Girl Summer. Do I have to play an ad? No, I don't. Okay. Still snowing? Yo, it was like 80 degrees today. What are you doing? Do you want to play? Do you want to play or not? Hey, I wasn't done. Who wants a dog? Who wants a dog? Oh, you're a good doggy. No, Charlie, you don't want to play. I can make him growl with me as like a play growl, but I don't want you guys to hear it and then think that he's a bad boy. Because we like to play growl with each other. That was a jump scare, right, Father? Oh, boy. Why do you have so much energy today? Is it because it's so hot out today? Because it's so hot out today? Why you got so much energy? Anybody want any dogs? It snowed this morning. Definitely not tired of the snow. Smile. Beth. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Happy Monday. Paw reasons. Dog reasons, by the way. Okay. And I went to my parents' house yesterday, which usually means they're usually sleepy today. They're not sleepy today. Oh, I said parents. Yeah, you got excited, huh? Yeah. These are cobblers, right? Lots of cobblies. Oh, a scream pie. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. She's really good. Oh, Jasper. Oh, I have still the Conqueror stuff up on my phone. Oh, I gotta charge my phone. Don't do it. Oh. Phone charger, please. Are Twitch drops still up for DVD? Or is that over? Yo, thank you so much for the follow! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Ba ba da 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 da. Oh! Oh, my worst killer, guys. Ooh! Oh, I should have started sprinting faster. Alright, guys, I'm so bad against Phillips. Shoot. Oh, thank God. What's this ping? Oh. Okay. I'm so mad against Felipe. Oh, a generator. I'm just gonna do because I have resilience, right? You like it? No bunaga. No bunaga? Did I say it right? Someone with... Really? Oh, Mama J, I'm so sorry. It's over, but you have until April to claim them. Oh, it is over. Okay, good to know. Good to know. No, Jasper, go away. Good chase. Good chase. Nobu is fine. I like Nobu. Nobu's great. Oh, no, you're totally good. You're totally Gucci's Gucci. There's still a chance I get kicked off this gen. Don't worry. If anyone can fumble, it's me. Or if anybody can choke, it's me. Oh. A boon? Oh, that has to be Circle of Healing. Look how fast that heal is. Okay, let's Circle of Healing and something else. No way! Are we gonna finish this gen? Guys, get your channel points in! Get your channel points! Thanks, Rootsie! You're so hot. Oh no, Loki. Seriously, I need clips so bad. You guys are so hot for clipping things. Like, okay, I mean this from the bottom of my butt because it's bigger than my heart. Everyone's being really nice to me lately. And, like, you guys are clipping things. You guys are, everyone's, like, being so welcoming in chat. Like, the mods and all the regular, everyone else that's not a mod are, like, being so nice to each other. And everyone's being so nice to me. And everyone's, like, people are here. Like, I don't know what's happening. I'm really, really, like, humbled and grateful. Okay, I should not be doing totem one. There's two people on the floor. Hold on. I don't know what's happening, but I'm really, really grateful for all the love and the hype. Okay, no, I just read out of the corner of my eye, we were a reflection of the streamer. Who the French toast said that? Oh, Father, getting banned. None of the planets are in haterade right now. I see. You deserve it. Well, that's not right. We gotta heal this guy. I'll take the hit. Hold on. Take me. Aha. I think he wants to die. I'm trying to die for him. Okay, he's on me. Like, watch this guy say that I sandbagged him. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but it worked out. Like, watch him say I was sandbagging him or something. I was like, let's try to take the hit. Oh my god, that worked. Holy. Oh, so close. I can start picking fights. Yeah, someone's gonna start calling me, like, ugly and stupid and all this other stuff. Where's my brother when I need him? Knock me down a peg. I've been itching to start a fight since I got here. Oh, look at you. Little comp player, little compy comp. I love it. Oh, wait. No way. Shelby just got up. Huge boon value. Who has the boon? Great boon. Brother, she needs to be bullied. You, Shabby, good, excellent boon. Excellent use of boon. I love it very much. Okay, so he doesn't hate me. Does he hate me? I can't tell. Oh, no. He might hate me. Oh, off we go. Off we go. Yep. We're still going. How did he hit me from over there? Do you guys see how far away he is? Wait, I'm so confused. Do you guys see how far away he is? How did that hit? Vivid. See, you get it. You get it. Okay, hold on. There's a totem over here. Right? Where was the totem? Is he? Oh, he is still on me. I didn't realize that. I realize he's still on me. Oh! He uses hatchets? How is he so far? You know what? It's alright. I'm still getting blood points. It's all that matters. What's up, Willie? Willie, happy Monday, my friend. How was your weekend? You're so nice. No, Father, no! No! Bad! Yo, the killers are killering, guys. All the killers are so good. The Rin that we had earlier was so good, despite the ping. The Henry we just went against was so good. This guy is so good. Everyone's really good. Oh, thank you, lovely. No, 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 no. Thank you. I just want blood points. His boot is way more important. I just wanted blood points. Oh, I'm so greedy. Where's my other totem? I don't see it. Alright. I'm so greedy. Oh, there it is. Oh, man. Where are the Jennays? Where are the Jennays? That's a hook. Oh, wasn't there a generator over here? No. Oh, here we go. The greed. The greed that they talk about in the Bible. That's what I have. Oh, boy. My romantic partner and I beat a run of Slay the Spire. Shut up. I've been watching people play that. Lurking, so not like full on watching. Oh. How long have you had pain resonance? Did someone just get on that gen? Oh, Winchester did. Okay, I'll go for the save. Don't you get more blood points or blood gens? Whenever a teammate finishes a blood gen, we all get blood points for it. But only you who does the gen, like a gen, only you will get the blood points for it. Oh. Oh, I should have taken a hit for you, didn't I? No, you're right. You're right. Yeah! So, I'm kind of like low-key, high-key, like using my teammates as peasants. And making them do the work for me. Ah, my god! Sprint Burst, you have failed me for the last time, Starscream. He's still here, right? Like, there's no way he would stop chasing me, right? Well, I'm getting in this locker! You better not pull me out! I'm really loud today, guys. I don't need the kidney. What do you not need a kidney for? To see the gorillas? How much are tickets going for, if you don't mind me asking? Hey, you get 2 kidneys. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous... Oh, I'm healed. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see it. I appreciate you. Welcome in. I want to go back over... Yeah, because they're on that gen. I'll go and do this gen. So we're split. He's on me. He's on me. He's on me. I'll just go to Shaq. Just go to Shaq. Willie. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Just worried about being moved for a second. I have resilience, so I should... No, I don't get this. Oh, I do. Love resilience. What's up, Eclipse? Yo, Eclipse. Look at the forehead kissy. I hope you're feeling better. How are you feeling, Eclipse? You feeling, Oh, sorry, lovely. Didn't know you, eh?
Hello.
I was trying to get my sprint burst back. That's alright. Shabster's here. Oh. Oh, here, let me crawl to this pallet. Solo queue in this damn event. I have been shitted on more by my teammates and the killers. Really? Rosaire, I'm so sorry. Yo, Shabby! Oh. That's right. I was in a bad position. GG's. Yeah, I definitely could have done it longer if I wasn't so greedy for my sprint burst, but I really wanted my slutty little sprint burst, so it's just like, boom. That's right. Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. I really appreciate you. Welcome in. Vivid. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss, you. And then people want cake stack. No way. Oh, right, yeah. You playing with chat? Nah, just a couple peeps. 400? Yeah, definitely boon value, for sure. Man, all I want to do is see the scoreboard. Boo. GG's. Fun game. Oh, hold on. Wait, what? Alright, something's gotta be wrong with, like, my internet or something. Or, like, something's wrong with my PC. What's happening? How many out? Oh, shoot! Oh, yeah, 0 to 2, right? It's 0 to 2 because I died and Wes died. So, how many out? Right? Okay, hold on. 0 to 2. Okay, thank you. I just don't want to mess it up. Yeah, like oh, thank you. Whoever did that, thank you. Greed and Full Metal Alchemist is new greed. Me? Thank you so much for that. I count how many times I have seen that. Really? When I was doing solo queue the other day, it wasn't so bad. I was logging in with a bunch of Twitch streamers, and everyone was pretty chill. I think I've asked you this before, Rosaria, so forgive me for asking again. What hemisphere?
I love you, Pixel Noir.
What
Kissing
what
face
what, what,
emoji.
what do you play on? Like, I play on NA East. Yo! Is that 3 years? Devil, thank you for the 36 monthlies. Also, hi, Lord Raiden. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Hold on. Let's see if we can get... Oh, this good one. Yo, thank you so much for the 3 years. What the fudge? Enjoy your 90... Count them. 90 emotes. Ad-free view and your sub badge. Would it be disruptive to use a... Oh, no! Vivid! You use it whenever you like. Now is good. If you're asking. But yeah, now it's fine. But anytime is good. Usually if I'm in a game, I'll usually wait till after the game or when I'm hooked. Oh, shoot! Add now to end a game. Sorry. I tried to snooze it, but... Thought, I don't think anyone has yet. Shouldn't work? How many hours you got left of work? Dun, 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 dun. 3 years. 3 fudging years. Also, I did get a new permanent marker, so it looks a lot better. And I see one listed paying 16 cents an hour. What? I'd pay 16 cents an hour just to stay home. Ooh, that's a good one. Will the next killer be ranged or not? I love that. 3. Yucky. I hate that for you. Crystal! Wait, did you redeem it? You did. Let's see. Let me put this Pokemon card in and I'll start thinking. What card? A Victini. Victini. Because 3 years get fire Pokemon. And let me open up the 3-year portion of the binder. There you are, Devil. Victini. Isn't Victini like a legendary, technically? You're hanging out right underneath Moon Quartz. Right next to... Is that Spades? And Benny Situation. Thank you so much for 3 years, Devil. I really appreciate that. That's so sweet of you. Victini's so cute. Almost as cute as Devilicious. Alright. Oh, you know what? I think I know what stone. Hold on. Oh, it's called, something. Yellow calcite. They're a mythical. Thank you, Poe. Thank you, Poe. Yellow calcite. Or is it called amber calcite? Whatever calcite is the yellow version. That's what I pictured in my mind's eye for you. I'm not sure. I'm NA Central, so it might be East. Yeah, I'm NA Central, so I'm East as well. We get screwed no matter what, because if we go to West, we usually get like 75, 80 ping. If we go to East, we're like 50, 60 ping. Like, we're screwed no matter what. We really need a Central, an NA Central. But, hello, Fana! Fana, happy Monday. How was your weekend? You have one of those? I love calcite. Calcite is very pretty. East? I thought you said Weast. Da, 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 da. Ma, ma, ma. I think I have to play Killer to do some of these quests. Ugh. Yeah, I do. Do you really, Thana? Why, what was that preference there? Happy Tuesday. Oh, happy Tuesday for all of our future people. I saw people making memes. I didn't read any of that stuff, though. Did they actually, what is this mayonnaise thing? Oh, really? I don't know if I'll do Killer today. I was thinking Killer maybe on Wednesday. Maybe some Killer on Wednesday for the 12-hour. I feel like using my brain today. Oh. What's it like having a brain? Wait, you got hatch. Wait, did you or did Winchester get hatch? Oh, I got you, Thana. Yeah, the boon got hella value. Hell yeah. Like once a week? Hey, you know what? That's pretty good. A foolish killer? I'm always a foolish killer. Alright, so what was the prediction? If we're gonna ranged killer or not. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. Hey, and I finally got a flashlight save. I'll take it! It was on our random, but that's okay. I really do think he was trying to take a hit with his endurance, but I just wanted to... I was just worried because he was getting tunneled out. I just want to take a hit for him. Did you really? I don't think I got up at all. I think I distracted while the killer... While other people got up. 25 ping. Must be nice. Ooh, and Vons, I think I'm going to start earlier. I think I'm going to start probably around noon. I'm going to try to start around noon. Yeah. I will have to walk my dogs halfway through the stream, though. I'm sure you guys will be okay with that. And get a nice little break. Now I can take, like, a lunch break. Yeah. So, noon Central Standard Time. Rosario, I bet if you stayed till endgame, the Kate would have left behind, right? Abra, abracadabra. Ivy! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Your first forehead kissy. Abra, abracadabra. Ew. No one's listening to my brother. Nah, he's probably working. The Sable brought an eyeball. Killer, tunnel the table. Tunnel the table. Oh, just kidding. The killer brought broke points. That's alright. Tunnel the killer. I'm joking. I'm so joking. I couldn't care less what offerings people bring. Could not care less. You guys can bring whatever you want. Especially if you're a Mina and you bring a Mori. You're off on Wednesday? Dee, hell yeah. What other day off do you have this week? A table tunnel? So stupid. Yo, Supernova with the 20 stream streak. That's insane. Thank you so much. Oh, hello? We already have... Bubba? What is this? Who is that? What is that? What is that? Is it a Bubba? What is that? No. What is it? What is that? No way! Wait, is he using the meme add-on? Yeah, I thought so, Rootsy was like, is he using the meme add-on? Oh, that one gives extra BP, doesn't it? Doesn't that add-on give extra... Oh, is it? I don't know. Weird. But it's Philip. Oh, here you go, Loki. Loki, look. 1, 2, 3. I got three gas guzzlers right next to me. Super close. Those are super close. A lot of people in the Discord are talking about like the gas guzzler spawns. This isn't about him. It's so funny. Rose, I'm doing great. How are you doing? Happy Monday. Ooh, Eclipse. Hell yeah. Ooh, another boon. Slay. Yeah, he's coming right here. How funny. How funny. We did have 2 flashlights in the lobby, so. Ooh. Damn. Thought he's gonna double back. We get boon value again this game? We could try. And I'm so bad. I'm so bad against Phillips. Like, let's be honest here. I'm bad against, like, every killer I go against, but, like, I'm so bad against Phillips. Raid's Popper tonight? Well, I've only seen 2, personally. I don't know what everyone else is getting. Oh, I know, Twitch. Just tell me what the prediction is. Shut up. Do they think they're flying? Shut up. How many out? Gotcha, gotcha. Guys, vote in the prediction. How many people will escape this round? Since fish can't see in water. Ooh. Hello, Leon Smokes. Oh, he's not in chase anymore. Did he come back? Yeah, he did. If you could take chase, that'd be great, because I could get this totem right here. Cool. Alright, let's see if I can get that, and then... Cool. Okay, awesome. So I can get this totem and heal myself. Or I can hang around for a save. I think I should... I don't know. Okay, let's do this. Let's stop this. Oh, shoot. Okay, let's stop that. Let's go in here at least. Oh. Okay, I don't think he saw me. Okay. Oh, you know what, Loki? I used to have a pinned message in one of the old chats of predictions to use. I used to. I don't have that anymore because we deleted the old chat. Alright. I should do a gen, right? I don't know if I should do a gen or hover. Looks like Leon Simone's escaped. Who plays both sides windows needs to be gutted, especially with how maps work now. Oh, like with what was it, like palette density? I'll make a new channel, or not a new channel, new pin message, for good ideas like that, because that's good to have. Oh, really, Routine? No, I don't know about all of them though. Yeah. Oh, I should have said that out loud, Shabby. Lightborn. I should have said that out loud. My bad. I did not say that out loud. I literally just said, I just nodded and was like, well, we had 2 flashlights in the lobby, and that's all I said. My bad, homie. My bad, love. No, I forget that I'm not doing solo queue. I thought I just heard a hatchet hit a rock. I'm getting this gen done. I'm getting this gen done! Yes. You saw me, right? What the fudge? What is my ping? I just stood there menacingly. What the fudge sticks was that? Oh, this pal's still here. That was so weird. What is my ping? That was so weird. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rosaria. I'm so sorry. It be like that. Your pingin' is pongin'. Oh, I thought I was dead. Yeah, I don't think it made it into the handbook. I had it as a pin message. But there's actually a bunch of stuff I wanted to post, so. And since I'm starting to feel better-ish, question mark, I don't know. We'll see how tomorrow goes. With the, we need to talk. We'll see if that ruins my, my entire good mood that I've built up. Dangos! Dangos. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 acres. What's up, Chip? Is my worst killer, to play as or to go against Father? Oh, look how slow you are. Look how slow you are. Oh, he wants me! What did I do? It worked. The system works. Shit, I was looping too close to the thing. Sorry, love. God, Ace, shut up. I could potentially finish this. I think I can finish this. He'll probably come right back when I do, but that's okay. I'm in the boon. I cannot believe I got that pallet stun. Yeah, here we go. Yes. Especially after the that one thing not dropping, one pallet not dropping earlier. I don't think I make this. Oh, close. I feel like I almost made a miss. That's alright. I got 2 gens done, and we have 1 gen left. I will take it. I will absolutely take it. GG's. I'll remember to spectate. Oh, the new perk is fun. I should start using that one. If you have the memory of a goldfish, you got bigger problems. I do have a memory of a goldfish, personally. Oh, I see, Rosario. I gotcha. The show off Ace's song? Yeah, well, maybe they do. Maybe they do. Whoa! See, he did that to me too earlier, Shabby. Adrenaline? I'm joking. He did that to me earlier where I was like, I expected him to double back, but he didn't. I was like, you bastard. This guy's really good. He's super fun to play against. Super fun. And all the gens are done. Shabby's only on first hook? What? Why am I dead? Oh, yeah. I would love to be able to use maps more, for sure. Oh, Chorley. Oh, Chorley, what are we gonna do with you? I don't know if you guys can hear, but he's working. Oh, I see why. Oh! 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 No way. This is a 3 out. No, Rosario, you're good. Listen, venting is totally a normal thing to do. You're so good. I wish there was something I could do to help. Yo, GG's. GG's. I think I only got like 200,000 blood points that game, unfortunately. GG's. Couldn't resist sexy Ace. Stupid sexy Flanders. Oh, the prediction, that's right. Which was 3 to 4 people got out. Ha! You non-believers. I might just, should I take off the Twitch shirt, do you guys think? Do you think I'll have like a better time? A better time, 469? Maybe I should get rid of the flashlight too. Maybe? Bye, Shabby! Oh, everyone say bye, Shabby. Thank you so much for playing. I love losing! Oh, yeah, but everyone has their own rules in their Twitch chats, right? So, what people can say in, like, my stream probably can't say in others, and then vice versa, right? So, but no, it's fine. Enjoy your munchies. Also, enjoy your lurky turkey. You've been napping? Good morning, dingoes. Bye, Shabby. So he looks so peaceful, but like what? How? Like what was it last game? He was like a little menace. Ah, so good. I chugged that. Holy crap! I was really thirsty. Holy. Yeah. Boo is a professional sleeper, I could argue. No, you're good, Rosario. You got nothing to apologize for. You're so gooch. Gucci is a Gucci. I hope if you keep playing, I hope your games get better at least. Oh, it does. It's so good. If you enjoy green apple Jolly Ranchers in any capacity, it tastes just like that. The candy apple one. Oh my god! You know what? I should have that one on Wednesday. I'll have 2 ready. Two shakers ready. Because it's gonna be a long stream. 12 hours. Green apple's my shit. Hell yeah. But I think I'll have 2 shakers. And I'll do the frosted candy apple. Because I haven't had that one since like that week where I had like a week straight. Oh, I love it. I want to try that one in some hot water and make it like a pumpkin tea. Blue raspberry, watermelon, green apple cherry for me. And it's not because I don't like cherry. It's just not as good as the other ones. Ugh. I think that's why blue ice was always like my favorite. Trick your illusion. Oh yeah, dingoes, yeah, dingoes. Is my camera off? Not off. Askew? Askance? Different? Oh, Jamoy. I don't know totem spawns in this map. Oh, you know what? I know where one is. Aw, man. He's doing my totem. I could do it faster. I have counter force. Alright, well, we know one is blood flavor. How unfortunate. Should have used my sprint first. Ooh, Talbot. Oh. The Gabriel's trying to farm? No, get him. I brought a pie. You guys brought selfish cakes. Well, heck you, Gabriel. Alright, we got a farming game. I don't know, Poe. I never thought about it. The Jolly Rancher factory in Denver would give out huge bags of Jolly Ranchers for Halloween. Over a mile outside the factory? I feel like I would wait for that. A bag of Jolly Ranchers? That's like $17.99 worth of Jolly Ranchers. I don't mean that facetiously. That's a lot of candy. Ah, damn you, Hershey. Isn't Hershey in Pennsylvania? I think I went there once with my familia. And see what the killer was. Oh, the killer was Talbot, aka Blight. I think he's got the Blood Moon outfit, I think. Was there a prediction? I missed that if there was. Just gonna walk him down, walk him down. You know, I'm just gonna get random, what are they called? BP. Pixel knows them, not all of them. Yes, it is. Has anyone been to Hershey, Pennsylvania? The most expensive blueberries. Wait, how would they make it more expensive? That's so lame. Blight isn't licensed. Blight is original killer. Oh, nice! That's a good one. Licensed and non-licensed, yeah. Yeah, Blight is original. I don't know totem spawns in this map yet. Ooh. Aw, damn. Oh, does this guy want to be healed? Witch! You go every year? Shut up. It's so unfair. I agree. Why would certain flavors be more expensive? That's the kind of greed they talk about in the Bible, right, guys? I know there's usually a totem over here, no? In this, like, little area? Maybe? 'Cause I think I've seen one of those, like, in those bushes before. I could use that map, but I don't want to lose my flashlight. No, good idea, Loki. Good idea. We'll get him next time, boys. Oh, game is over. Well, that was fun. Let's try to see if we can find some totems before we leave. Damn, this game. Oh, yes. I was like, this Gabriel's fighting all my totems. Buy bags of your favorite flavor, then put them in alcohol for a week. Oh my god, I've done vodka Jolly Ranchers before. I've done vodka Skittles, and I've done vodka gummy bears. I've actually, fun fact, done Malort gummy bears. You guys have seen that. When my brother and I did one of our Malort streams together, I made Malort soaked gummy bears, and they were disgusting. They were so bad. Yikes. I also did Malort Jello shots, and I gave some to my neighbor before he moved away, because he was a big fan of Malort, too. I was so sad when he and his wife moved. I really like them. How does Malort taste? Como se dice, red. Rootsy has a good description of it. Done pickle. Yeah, I've done pickle soaked in Malort. Who is this? Is this like, who are these people? Why are these people sleeping? Well, gone. Mwah. Think of the forehead, QC. I think that's all the totems. That should be everything. Because Gabriel did 2, I did 3. I want to find the killer. I want to get some boldness points or something. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, I guess I'll leave. Well. GG's, Talbot. Maybe he didn't want to play in this map, maybe? I don't know. Okay, bye. How does, It's a very bitter liqueur, right? It's a wormwood liqueur. But it tastes like regret. Man, I only got 150K that match. Also, this is the first match where I actually get to see the scoreboard. That's pretty exciting. It's the first time. Trickster victims. Little Guns, did I do a kissy for you? Mwah. Think of the 4 I kiss you. Yeah, it's our first, Huh. Cool. Alright, we gotta do an ad now, so there's no ad in game. And I think this might be our last game before we finish our Malort segment. Our Gunner segment. An alcoholic intervention. I like that. Chicago gaslights people to drink it and they move it. What do you mean they move it? But wait, we do. If any of our like out of town friends come and visit like Chicago, it is in your contract so that you have to make them take a shot of Malort. You have to. Oh, and they love it. I see. ML. Yeah, I see. Right next to each other. My brother is the one with the Malort tattoo. I'm just the one with all the empty bottles. Man, a 12-hour stream on Wednesday. You guys are going to get so tired of me. Wait, is it Wednesday, April 1st? Why did I do that to myself? If anyone does any pranks on me and autistic on Wednesday, you will get banned. I'm loving this weather we've been having. Oh, today was so nice. I did turn my fan on a little bit. I didn't want to turn on my AC because it was, like, not that hot. It is supposed to get down to, like, the 30s. 30s or 40s again this week, though. Yippee! Yip, yip. On the spectrum. Yeah. I have a really funny tweet ready for that. I'm so sorry that I have to work. Well, now I'm upset, too. We could have done Marble Riples. If you were going to be a foolish killer Wednesday. I think... Oh! Now I understand foolish. Okay. Marble Riples. Wait, did you end up getting Lord, by the way? I fell asleep. So I did not see you get Lord, if you did. You did! And it was on Gambit. Gambit, no? Men, no? I have a feeling he's put on Lightborn, so 6 seconds swap to a toolbox. Your boy, hell yeah. Oh, Loki. Oh, Loki. Whomst is your next Lord in progress? I don't know. Is that like a normal question to ask? I don't know. I don't play Marvel Rivals. I want to. I did get a bunch of Twitch drops from your stream, which I appreciate. Have a good night, Po. Po, thanks for hanging out. Oh wait, Po, before you leave, did you get the Twitch badge for Pokemon Unite? It's a Charizard. Malort tastes like toilet wine. You know what? I've heard people make that connection before. Only. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Oh, Leon's Moans. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were there. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think I just hecked you over, didn't I? My bad. Don't worry, I'll go back in your gen. Oh, I'm so sorry, love. Okay. Yay! Spate. Oh, I forgot. I had a BNP. I forgot. Oh, streamer. But yay, Spades. How was your writing? You didn't? Oh, that's all right. I don't remember when the last day to do it was. I don't know if it's like it was yesterday or today for Pokemon Unite. It was like a Charizard Twitch badge. There are Twitch badges for Borderlands 4 right now. Oh, poops. So I'm thinking I might do like a little Borderlands 4 action on Wednesday too, to try to get some Twitch badges then. I'll wait for her to bug her off and I'll get ya. Really? Okay. Would we every day? Yeah, but you're gonna be a DBD streamer now, remember? You saw I had Swift Burst. What are you doing, you silly goofy goober? Ah, get my totem. Absolutely not. You said you liked it. Were you doing like Survivor with Stanley, the Manly? All right, let's go back to this generator. Oh, she can see me. Gotta put those never sleep pills on. Oh, hello, generator right here. Who dropped the paella? I didn't. Whew. Oh, that was such a slow vault. That's right. Oh, alright. He wants it. What, you have coup or something? What is that? Whoa, that's gotta be coup. Okay, gotcha, guys. Like, I imagine it's not a game you'd play solo, right? Especially, like... Yeah, I understand. Guys! Do you guys want to say goodbye, Gunner? Oh, I'm lagging so much. This is probably a good thing. Guys, everyone say Gunner, thank you so much for sponsoring the stream. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, my God. Everyone say bye, Gunner. Yeah, we gotta end this because I'm starting to lag like crazy, so we need to stop the stream. Oh, he already did. All right, everyone say bye, Gunner. Holy. Yeah, my PC is freaking out. Like I can't click anything. I clicked stop virtual camera like 3 times. Holy. Hopefully that helps. Guys, my PC's so ass. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, I can get into a locker. Okay. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. Oh, really? Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Sorry to end Gunner so abruptly, but it already ended it. I was like, alright. I was like, good. I want to wait for her to bug her off just like a little bit, you know? Related to stream things that... Oh, please DM me because I need our DMs to go to the top again. Cause I still need to respond to your other DM. Wow, are you getting these? She's a wizard, Harry. You did bump up. Oh, today? Please tell me today, because I'm going to feel like such an ass if it was not today. Oh, I'm going to feel like such an ass if it wasn't today. Also, does the PC look better? Superior gaming chair? But my chair gives me ultimate back cracks. Jesus Christ, it scared the French toast sticks out of me. Oh! Oh! That's right. Okay. Cool. What? How are you getting these? I'm so confused. Girl. And look at the ping. It's 64. Like, that's a normal ping. I don't understand what's happening. I will not be saving you. Watch. Alright, so that's coup. Like, that has to be coup. But I don't know... forgive me. I don't really play Killer, obviously. And I don't really play this game. With 3,500 hours. I don't really play this game. Is there an add-on for hitting further with, Is there an add-on for hitting further when she's in her power? Legia's now a ranged killer. Holy. Okay. I might have to look for that spades because, oh, it's sus? Do you think it's just a ping thing? Could just be a ping thing, right? Playing with Mira and looped in for 4 gens. Really? What killer were they playing? I gotta stop. You know what? I'm gonna stop taking windows by them because they seem to be whiffing. At like, oh here, do you want me to heal you, love? All right. They seem to be whiffing at everything that's like, when it's not a window. Oh, doctor. Oh, good. I'm absolutely cleansing this because I know I'm gonna die before I get this gen done. So I'm gonna cleanse this for at least some points. Okay. I'm like watching the HUD to make sure someone doesn't get hit because I don't want to get caught out of a locker. Welcome back, Freya. Freya, how you doing? Ooh. Will this get done? Oh, yeah, it gets done! Oh, hell yeah, brother. Go. Oh, I want to get the save. Yeesh. Oops. Let's see what we can do here. See, that wasn't weird. Oh, should I just get you? Yeah, might as well, right? Oh, I'm doing it. Yeah, okay. With a giant ass suitcase? Oh, the gasoline. Circobellum, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I think definitely coup. Like, hands down. This lady's got coup de grace. Coup de grace. Hands down. I really want to get that totem. I wanna wait. I wanna wait. Yo! Hi, Pixel. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Ooh. Oh, I see you. I think she may have saw me too. Shit. I did not go where I wanted to go. Oh! And I led her right to Fungman. Poops. Poops and goops. Okay. Well, Fungman takes her over there. I didn't know. Oh, man. That Fungman's gonna be like, oh, this Ace is sandbagging. I swear to God I was. I had no clue you were there. Run. Oh, we have pallet here, too. No way! Congratulations. What number? What number, P100 is this for you? Yo, congratulations to the P100. That's huge. I'm so happy for you. And Springtrap is dope. We love Springtrap so much. Ominous nut! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, hello. She was the only one who could take a hook. Oh! Oh, I see, I see. But I swear, Fugman, if you're here, I definitely wasn't trying. Your first was Slinger, no way! Oh, I love that for you. Hold on, did I miss anyone's messages? Welcome in. Stack Pixel, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Guys, everyone go follow Pixel. We love their name very much, obviously. Really? Did you get any, wait, what are some of your favorite add-ons for Springtrap? I'm not good at Springtrap, but he is my 3rd favorite killer to play as. I'm not good at them. But, boy howdy, do I love, oh man. Boy howdy, do I love some, man, I'm just getting really unfortunate with my placement. Maybe I should put Bond on or something. Access panel. Which one is that one? I think another one was top main. Oh, I didn't see one there. I know there's one right there. I know there's one right here that I'm gonna get. Oh. I think she's trying to be cute. Oh, damn. Oh, no. I have resilience. I'm gonna try. I have resilience, right? Might as well. Oh, she didn't see me. Pog. I get you up easy. Nice. I'm not gonna be able to get that totem. I'm not gonna be able to get that. Heartbeat near doors and can throw. Oh, I thought so. I thought it was the one that you can throw through the door. I've never used that. I've never used that add-on. And you said you get like cool trick shots using that add-on? That's dope. Axe traps in advance and no one expects it. Shut up. I would love to see that. Yeah, I imagine it's super tricky. Oh no! Oh no! Oh. Slugging for 4K mayhaps? Maybe? It's only with the add-on. But it goes through the doors, right? Like it goes through one door and comes out through another. It's very oh, I see. Whoa, shit! That scared the hell out of me. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't make her do it again. Tried. 360 no scope. Why my ladder stall? You can use the cross. It's so cool. I love that for you. Hey, GG's. That was a stressful game. Damn. That was a fun game. But, Pixel, thank you so much for the raid. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Oh. I don't know what she wants. Oh, you want to go to basement. Oh. I'm so confused. Is she hooking her to give me Hatch? Or to give me Mori? Guys, one's in chat for Hatch, two's in chat for Mori. What do you think she's gonna do? Really quickly. One's in chat for Hatch, two's in chat for Mori. What do you guys think she's gonna do? Ah, Mori! Mori! Yeah, 100% Mori. 100%. Look at Dangos. Dangos, you were so optimistic. Yeah, that was definitely gonna be a Mori. GG's, GG's. What a loser you are. Mom and dad must have adopted you. Who? Oh. GG's. Yo, saying that as a TTV is crazy. Hey, you know what? Okay. Alright. Looks so good on you. Hey, do you guys mind if I go piss, girl? Yes. Oh, I forgot. We want to know her perks. Wait, Winchester, did you see the perks? Winchester, were you able to see them? Because I just want to know if she had, coup de grace. Alice, shut up. You did not, that's right. Really? Oh, Pixel, shut up. That's so dope. Thank you so much! No, I couldn't see them. I've only been able to see the score one time today. Hold on, let me put my sound alerts back on. Or my audio back on. Ah, there it is. Alice, thank you very much for the 22 monthlies. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes to add for your view, and you sub bitch. Oh, that was a good burp. Oh my god. That felt really good. Alright, I'm gonna go pee if you guys don't mind. Alice, mwah, dig her the forehead kissy. I will be right back. And, I'm not gonna ready up because the games go by really quickly and I'm not sure if I'll be back in time, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm so sorry. So he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payres as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my god. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! Alright, guys. Alright, guys. You know what I grabbed? I grabbed a Pixel! I grabbed an hazy. A hazy IPA called Pixel. Fuck. Called Pixel. No correlation to me. But I like it all the same. Okay, I was the only one that voted in that prediction. Oh, really? That's alright. That's alright. Either you get points or you lose points. We'll see. Will the next girl be licensed? Ooh, that's such a good one. I love that one. But Alice, I hope you're doing so good. Alice, I hope you had the greatest weekend ever. Oh, here, I can, oh, I gotta change the stream title, too. Is that the newest DBD creator, Lily of the Graves? What's up, Lily? It's up to you, Loki. It's up to you. We can keep it and then do another one next one. There we go. Got it. All right. Oops. Almost destroyed my entire stream title. Okay. One-liners, you've got the curse of curves. All right. Guys, get your production in! Right now. Blood points. Or channel points. There we go. I like this last days things. It's very, very funny to me. I hope you guys think it's as funny as I do. Adrian, mwah. Think with the forehead kissy. I hope you had the best weekend ever. Lily, mwah. Think with the forehead kissy. I am so happy that you got the Twitch or the DBD creator. Everyone go follow Lily of the Graves, DBD's newest DBD creator. I was so happy too to see you get it, because all I've been seeing are people's denials, and there are some like people that got denied and was like, they got denied? I was just like I'm gagged about it. Like, I'm not here to question like anybody, but like I'm just like, they got denied? I'm not gonna say who either, because like I don't want to make them feel even worse. But I'm so glad that you got it, because I was genuinely concerned. I was like, are people even like getting accepted? I do not understand the pick and choosing method, right? Because, and I'm not questioning it, but there are some people that like that are in the program that are like, you know, that are in the program, and oh my god, this eyelash in my eyeball, and they're just like they're in the program, and should they be in the program, and they say some really not nice things, and they're like not nice, and you know, and then there's people that are like that live and breathe this game, that like make content like crazy, that have like tens of thousands of like subscribers on YouTube, and make like really good like authentic educational content, and like they get denied. I'm just like again, not questioning, I'm just curious. Wait, Lily, you reached out? Wait, so, okay. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. But did you get a denial and then you reached out, like, asking, like, hey, what's up? Spooky Dragon, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. That is 7 streams that you've been here in a row. That is so cool. And stay for another 2 hours? Ew, how long is your whole workday today then? Oh, someone got grabbed. All right, I'm gonna have to pay attention. I'm gonna have to pay attention to chat. Or the game. Holy. Oh no. It's a Michael Myers. Okay. That makes sense. But Spooky Dragon, I hope your day's going okay. We're gonna have to run, aren't we, love? Oh, where'd she go? Angel, where are you going? What do you know that we don't know? What do you know that I don't know? So, is this guy not stalking, maybe? I thought you get grabbed. I'm so glad that you got grabbed and not me. I mean, I'm so sorry you got grabbed. Oh. And she's being chased again. Oh, I should just grabbed you. It's fine. Sorry. Holy. Holy. Oh, hello. Oh, nope. Goodbye. Oi. If he goes for you, I'm gonna go back. Okay. Alright, cool. I can make it back. I could get there before. Yeah, okay, he's committed. Cool. Whoo, I could get there. Oh, it is a licensed killer. Yeah, I forgot that was the prediction. Whoo. Sweet victory. No way, Lily. Okay. Which is 3 to 11, and 11 to 1, helping one new guy at work. That's really sweet of you to help. I hope you're getting, like, I hope you're getting paid for it. Having leverage is gonna be rough. I'm glad I had resilience for that heal. Oh, I should play again. Oh, okay. Well, that's how that setup is. Oh, if you're leaving, I don't want to be there. Yo! Is that Astro? Is that the Astro Nest? Yo, welcome in, Raiders! Yo, Astro, how was your stream? Welcome, welcome. Yo, my name is PixelxKitten. I play a lot of video games poorly, and I stream on the internet. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be. You know what? Isn't there a jet over here that I could do? That's a gas jet. Yo, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Yo, welcome in, welcome in. Where are my generators? Is there one in here? Oh, well, princess. Is there a generator in here that I can snuggle? Oh, I don't want a gas one. I can never find any gas cans. Is this some bourbon? Artist? Do you have Twitch? What? 3.9k downs on artists. You are such a sweat. I love that for you. Holy cannoli. Congratulations. So, what? Are you the record? Did you really 0? Oh my god, you're so smart. You're very sweaty. I love that for you. I love that for you. Having that killer that like you're super passionate about and you're good at, so fun. I love that for you. Oh god, no. What's the record? Who has it? 39k downs. Also, we're going against a Michael Myers right now, so if I scream, sorry. Watch my stream at like 3% volume. Ah, that was close. You almost got to scream. Luckily, your big slutty shadow is in the way. This is gonna be rough, isn't it? Yeah, show me your leg, Michael. Show me your leg. I'm joking. I wouldn't. No way! Astral, just out of curiosity, did this person come with you? Lemony Water, did they come with you? Just out of curiosity. It's okay if they did. I'm just curious. Lightboard? Maybe. Also, you have no idea? Okay. Lemony Water, I was just seeing if you came with the raid or not. I don't know if it was Lightboard, I can't tell. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. Thank you so much, I really appreciate you. Holy crap, you did not? Well, welcome in. No, don't do anything, Risen. Astral, if you need to go raid and run, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis and babbies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. Please take care of yourself, homie. Thank you so much. Oi, Sheboygan. What did I do? Shh. This is tricky without the red stain, you know? Right? Is it tricky? Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Oh, man. All right, I can go to a pallet. Go eat, go pick, go drink. She gets me. She really gets me. I gotta find a totem to do. He wants my legs. Oh, I'm not wearing my underpants. Oh, man. All right, as long as Winchester stays in chase, I will stay on this gen. If Winchester gets out of chase or gets hooked, I'm getting off the gen. All right. That's all right. I still have time. I still have time. Why me? I'm gonna keep drinking my beer. She had a bear. She had another bear. All right. And I'm gone. Goodbye. Can't believe you forgot the pantalones. I remembered my pantalones, and that's the problem. I seriously, the whatever since last shenanigans makes me so happy. It's just it's the funniest thing to me. I'm sorry, I'm like the funniest person in the world, guys. I'm sad. Wait, why are you sad? Wait, wait, what do you mean you're not drinking? I'm drinking a an IPA that's named Pixel. No relation to me. It is a local brewery though, which is pretty cool. But zero relation to me. But I think it's the coolest thing ever. What's up, War? Yo, War is here, Everyone say hi to War. If you guys don't, War, you can go ahead and ban him. Hi, Sad. I'm Loki. Alright. You know, it'd be really funny. War. No. Okay, guys, would this be funny? So you guys know, like, the meme of, like, a self-report? A self-report is, like, you, like, telling on yourself. And, like, it's, like, a funny, like, online haha thing. Would exclamation self-report be a funny thing for us to have you, like, time yourself out? Like, exclamation point self-report, and then, like, it's, like, the vanish report. Would that be funny? Because we can make War do it. War is a good little boy. He does what he's told. I'm joking. But if you guys think that'd be funny. You already on it? Alright. Because it could be, what's it called? Because you could have the same command that you already have yours in, but it could be, an alias. That's the word. An alias. Yo, Delight! Delight, welcome back! Yeah, self-report. Yeah, exactly like that. God, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. I don't know. I think it'd be funny. Because I was going to tell Loki to self-report for the dad joke. Yeah, this IPA is really good. It's a local Chicagoland brewery. Alright, I know where one gen is that has progress on it. And, oh. And that's exactly where I wanted to go. So I will leave somewhere else. I think I actually have to do a chug gen. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4! Loki! Oh, but yeah, but the thing is, Spades is usually so good that they end up leaving them. Oh! Idiot. Oh, no lightboard, which is nice. Oh, why are they tiles so far away? There we go. If the Space gets the gen done that, like, we had pretty much done. We're not done, but like 50% done. I don't know if he kicked it though. He could have had it kicked. I'd be self-reported every 1 to 5 minutes. I'd be self-reporting every 6 to 7 minutes. You can use your flashlight while holding the gas can. Can I? Oh. I don't know, I never tried. Rootsy, you don't even have kids. Should I do exclamation point self-report? With you around of myself. Whatever. Why they spike you? Oh, look, 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 look. Look at him waiting for him. Spades, do your thing. Don't even get me. Wait, where are you? Oh, you're right. Are you right behind him? Oh my god. Don't even get me. I'm just here. I'm chilling. Do your thing, chicken wing. Why are they spiking? I'm gonna take off my lipstick. You guys mind? When I wear the lip gloss, my lips get like weird. Like you have like a weird residue on it. It drives me crazy. Hey, Dangos, can you type exclamation self-report really quickly? Oh, Eclipse is ready. Oh, I missed that. My bad. Hey! Timed out. I'll just see myself out. I know what I've done. Pigs jail. Pigs horny jail. Pigs jail. Pigs horny jail. Thanks, guys. I'll have to tell Kels and Sweetie that it's exclamation point self-report. Oh. Let's go gambling. What did I say? What did I say? W command. Thank you. I made it myself, all by myself. You said Sweetie? Yeah, Kels and Sweetie, right? Oh! I thought I said the wrong username, because that wouldn't be the first time. Oh my god, please. Oh! I wanted that to work. I wanted that to work so badly. Come on, Payeta. Come on, Payeta. Oh! 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 Yes! Let's get humid! Because they're the two. Okay, so Rootsy, you're just a big brain. Jasper, I'm nervous too. I was literally about to say incoming NOED. I, on God, was about to say incoming NOED. On God. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Do you want to say hello again, my love? GG's! That was a super fun chase, and I wasn't even part of it. I just got to watch. Who's Ed? Yo, Dragon, do you want dog or cat? Ah, you're good, Loki. You're good. Appreciate you. Spades-itis. Jasper, I got you. Jojo, where'd you go? Jojo, oh, there you are. This is some spooky trade. Oh, good muffin. Oh, that's right, you can't see. It's like broken in my hand. So it's like just a little piece. There you go. You should be able to see that one. No, it's Crazy Rick. It's alright. What's up, crazy boy? Welcome in. Boo's like, where's mine? He's had 3. He's had 3 today. Good muffin. 500%. Jasper's good boy. He's aight. He's aight. No, thank you for being here. Jasper is a stinky expired muffin. See, Fawn, this might keep you around. You know what's good. You know what's up. Look at how cute Boo is. Look at you pretending like you're not going to open your eye. But I see your eyes open. I see it. Want to say hello? Good dog. Good doggy. Sweet boobies. Why do you want them? I know, midnight doesn't come down anymore. What's up, Notori? I'm happy I got you, Brown. You're a good gamer. Try Vanish. Don't be talking shit, my stinky boy. We'll come get him. Cause he's stinky. Oh. Guys, my neck. Oh. My neck. IPAs usually get me hella drinky, so let's see how this goes. Hey. So Vanish, Vamoose, Self-Report. Isn't there another one that works too? Maybe there's a cooldown? Maybe? Probably cooldown, eh? What's that over there? Oh, okay. Does it need the question mark too? Canada's fake. Okay. Green pantry. Oh, they have the same kitty cat charm that I do. We're kitty cat charm twinsies. Look, look, look. Oh. One of the perks. Ooh, what's that? Oh. Hello, Chestulator. Oh, 100! Oh, good game. Ooh, this is a good map for her too, I think. Were-elk. Were-elk warning. For anyone who gets the GB's hebeed with were-elks. Were-elk warning for y'all. $100 ping. Okay. Let's go gambling. Thank you. I got you. I thought Canada is fake. I swore we had a were-elk command. I thought we did. I don't think I deleted it. Hey! What was for dinner? Tell me, because I'd be doing on that calorie deficit, so tell me what you ate. I thought we had one. I'm muted after. No, you're so good. You're so good. So we do the warning. There we go. Pretzel crust pizza across the crying. Oh, it's elk! Ah, I see. Like I was about to say, like I swore like Raven made one. We do. Bet. Agi? Slay. Okay. Ooh, I don't know if this gen will get done. Because she's right here, right? Oh, she's down there. Okay, good. Then I can finish the gen. Oh, really? Like, I love the sounds that she makes. But it's like, it's also like, I hate the sound that he makes, you know? The 3 survivors I haven't yet, or put BP into my next 300, which I'm not sure. I would say do the 3 survivors you haven't yet. That's my vote. Make it. Oh, gee, I wonder what perks she has. Barbecue and Keely, perhaps. I was trying to be a part of it. Oh. Oh. Glaze with my own glaze. Wait, what did you glaze? I missed it. Oh. I think I could sneak around. Yeah. I'm gonna sneak around. Just kidding. Oh, I tried a FOV and that did not work, so now I'm screwed. And now I get double tapped. I tried to do a little sneaky snake. Oh. Oh. Oh! If I made her whiff twice, I would have been really happy. So Dustin 11 and Tay Young speed 10. Yeah, that's my vote. Alright, so barbecue. Oh yeah, so definitely barbecue, agitation. I'm gonna assume maybe what's the Nemesis perk where you see the auras right at the beginning of the match? I don't know why I'm blanking so much. Already, lethal, thank you. Lethal Pursuer. Thank you guys. This might keep you guys around. You do? Yeah. Do 10. Do P10. Slow roasted spiral cut hickory smoked bone and ham. You know what? Maybe I didn't want to know. You know what? I didn't want to know. I'm joking. I have resilience, so I mean, like, we could do the gen. If you want. That's my DVD creator! Ah, shit nipples. Want me to heal you? Oh, heal me? Keishu! Keishu, mwah. Thank you for the 4. I can see. Enjoy your lucky turkey, Angel. What do you mean? You're the one that's funnier than I am. Oh, eclipsed. Oh, eclipsed. Oh, that's right. Oh, the eyeballs. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just doing the autofill because I don't have the patience for that. Oh, you're weak, Fungmin. You're weak, Fungmin! I'm staying for the gen. Oh, no, Fungmin, no! No! Perfect. Fungmin! Oh, what happened there? Dead hard? Okay, what happened there? That Huntress has to be, like, kicking her feet, you know? Prediction wars? Oh, she's dead? Oh, maybe I should have taken a hit for you. My bad. Eh. Yeah, get Leon's moans. Get him! I'm gonna use him. Wait! Okay. This is the second time you've done that! Ah! There we go. What did I do? All I want is my inner healing. I want to find another totem. Oh, the totem's usually here. It's not here. I don't know what's going on with the predictions. You guys sort that out yourselves. That's a you guys thing. What is happening? I have no idea. I don't know what the prediction thing is happening. But something's happening with the predictions. I don't know what. Nope. 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 Oh, okay. Wait, if Leon's moans can take chase, I can get... Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. Testicle difficulties is crazy. You know what the funniest thing I've seen on TikTok was I'm at my clit's end. I actually took a screenshot of that. It was so funny. This person... Do you want me to heal you? Oh, they're coming back. Oh, God! This person posted, instead of being at my wit's end, they posted, I'm at my clit's end. And I thought it was the funniest thing. So I'm gonna steal that, and I'm gonna pretend that I came up with it. Hi, Ninja! Oh, Ninja, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Bye, Spooky Dragon. Spooky Dragon, have a very good rest of your day at work. Oh, what do I drink? Guys, do I drink my Snapple, my G Fuel, or my beer? You saw that too? So funny. I'm at my clit's end. Way too funny. Wait, what if I go into a thing? Will that work? Mix. Okay. Oh, Snapple. I actually I post my Snapple facts in the Discord if anybody wants. The Snapple fact of the day today was that cold water weighs more than hot water. I don't have a soda stream. I would use one though. Oh, how'd you get over here, you wizard? Yeah. Oh. How do you just know where the people are? What are you, a wizard? You're a wicker, Harry. This is not a tile that I want to be at. Ugh, I should wait. Tree, tree, tree. Look at these trees. God, I love trees. Trees are... Oh. Oh, they're healed. They're fine. Okay. Jesus Christ. Chaotic! Oh my god. Is that the LOML? Love of my life. Chaotic Aura. Guys, you know who has aura besides Chaotic Aura? This Huntress is actually insane. She's gotta stop though. I saw a green light over there and I thought that was the killer for some reason. And so I got scared. Oh. Yo, welcome in. How was your creeper shift? Holy. Hi, Chaotic. Hi, Gary. Hi, Shinobi. Hi, Sleepy. Hi, Tyrannic. What's up, Vaporeon Emperor? Welcome in. I love your name. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? You guys are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Hi, Gary. Hi, Tyrannic. Yeah, that's our mod spade system. That's Ada's hood. Guys, welcome in. Please make sure you guys everyone go follow Chaotic Aura, and friends. Please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bath and breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch or drink. This is my last stream of the month. Ugh. And then I'm going to be doing a 12-hour stream on Wednesday, which is also the first day of Autism Awareness Month. April is Autism Awareness Month, and I'm going to be making everyone's problem. Shout out to the 1 month, or not the 1 month. Shout out to the one ex-best friend, Peep the ex-best friend, who tweeted out after I got my diagnosis 5 years ago. She tweets out, imagine making autism your entire personality. So shout out to you. I'm going to be making autism my entire personality for the next month, so you can go fuck yourselves. Because Autism Awareness is my month, and also I demand $5 from every person that's ever used the R word, and I demand $50 from everyone who's ever called me the R word. Just saying! Yeah, Autism Awareness Month is going to be, I'm going to be a problem for everybody. But I'm going to be doing a 12-hour stream on Wednesday. So I'm very excited. Radiant. Oh, you stop. English. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. What's up, Retro? You're so sweet. I'm going to be making wishing sharts on ableist moose knuckles. Wishing sharts on ableist moose knuckles my entire personality. Oh, she was the worst, too. Oh, she's the absolute worst person. She still is, I'm sure. Because she did this when she was, like, at the grown age of, like, 34 years old. And this was, what, 5 years ago? So she's, like, what, 39? And it's like, if you're acting like that in your, like, mid-30s, like, you're not gonna change, you know? Also, Emily. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiki. I owe you $0. Oh, my God. I'm joking. I'm joking. If Pride Month and Autism Awareness Month was the same month, I would be everyone's problem. But no, this is good, Kay, because you have Autism Awareness Month, and then you have May, and then you have June, so you have like a month in between. Like you have a breaker between your, like you have like you have 1/6 of the year where you're everyone's problem. A terrible okay. Even when they drive me bonkers. Do you love me even when I drive you bonkers? This sentence would give a pilgrim a stroke. What's up, Shadowhawk? Shadowhawk, look what I'm drinking right now. Look what I'm drinking right now. It's a Pixel. It is called it's Pixel, and it's a hazy IPA. It's a hazy India Pale Ale. India Pale Ale. Why was that automated? I'm just everyone's problem regardless. Come back in June. And you thought, wait, what was that one meme from American Horror Story? It's like, you thought I was dead, bitch, or something like that. You want to drink a Pixel? May is Mental Health Awareness Month, is it? Oh, so yeah, so I'm everybody's problem for 1/3 of the year. I don't know. Even though you don't drive me bonkers, there's still time. There's still time. GG's. They were very good. Alright, you guys ready? Alright, Tyrannic, if this is a bad card, this is your problem. If it's a good card, you're welcome. It's not the same card that we pulled earlier, but it might as well be. The Nine of Pentacles. You're close to the pinnacle of achievement, and you should celebrate by treating yourself. Now is the time to make wise investments and stand independently financially. Don't lean too heavily on anyone else. Abundance, luxury, success, independence, and prosperity. Wow. Did my pinned comment get removed? Very good tarot pull. I claim it, and I claim the responsibility for it. Also, everyone go follow Chaotic. Chaotic, seriously, thank you so much for raid. I hope you had the best time doing the Creepy Shift. I've played a couple of the Creepy Shift games. I haven't played the new one that came out. They gave me a key for it, but I haven't responded to the email yet. So, once I'm less depressed, we'll get there. But seriously, thank you so much from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. Because my PC has been like broken, do you guys see a pinned message? Yay or nay? It's okay if you guys don't. I'll just make a new one. I'm just curious as to why it went away. Nay? Okay, cool. Keys from the developer. Shut up. Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you guys. Okay. Because I did manually unpinned or end of stream. So I don't know. It could have just been unpinned, like with all the click. It is totally fine. No big deal. It takes 2 seconds to do again. I was just curious because my PC's been like really like weird tonight. So I think I need to like reset it or something. Na, 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 na. The blood fill-ups need to be spread out. No, it's literally all of the gas guzzlers are right here, and then there's a row of actual gens, and then all of the blood gens are over here. It's ridiculous. Also, Marta, thank you for the forehead kiss. See, I do have to do an ad now. I'm sorry. L streamer plays an ad right after a raid. I know. Toxic streamer. I know. Cancel. Twit longer. Ad now. No ad in game. I promise. Don't say anything funny. I've never been funny a day in my life. Wait, why did I not ready up? See, my PC is so weird. I swore I read it up. Oh my god, why can't I type? It's one of those chronic health days. Ugh! I hope you take care of yourself. Because you best be taking care of yourself. You're in a Myers game? I literally just got out of a Myers game. No, I just did an ad! Oh my god. L streamer. L streamer plays ad. What's up, T-Kit? I'm so sorry. An ad was playing. Welcome in, Raiders. I am so sorry. Shut up, you had 2 hack games in a row. That's so unfortunate. What's up, Empress Headcat? What's up, Sad Life, please? That is such a funny name. I love that. Yo, welcome in, Raiders. How was your clock tower, SB Vales? Yo, everyone go follow Catagora. Everybody go follow SB Vales. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Welcome in. Also, hi, T-Cat. Hi, Angel. I ran into an ad. I just played one so that there wouldn't be an ad during my game. I'm so sorry, guys. Welcome in. I literally have like the worst luck when it comes to that. Like I'll literally play an ad. I say ad now, no ad in game, because I'm playing DBD right now. And so if I had let it play naturally, it would have played in 2 minutes and would have played in the middle of the game. And so I played an ad like a minute and a half ago, right? And then every time I play an ad, I swear to God, I get rated. I don't know. I have a superpower. No, what's the opposite of a superpower? A super unpower. I'm so sorry, but welcome in. Your puppy's adorable. Thank you. I do have a super curse. Thank you. It's not just a curse, a super curse. Thank you. God, what would I do without you? I do have 2 dogs and 3 cats. This is 50% of my dog population. And I don't have my cats here, but hey, that's true, T-Cat. May have decided for oh, you saw the puppy cam. You're like, we're going in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs, and I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. And I play video games poorly, and I stream on the internet. Welcome in. Everyone say, hello, HP. How was your clock tower? My first refill ever, and it may have only been for the discount on the... Wait, did you... Yes! I'm so glad you got that, because half off is huge. I'm so glad you got that, because it ends tonight. Like, after tonight, it's gone. English, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you got that. So this is your first time ever English? Shut up. I hope you love it. Jasper's lurking somewhere? Yeah. That little fluffy boy's working somewhere. But everybody go follow SB. SB, please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. Please, Kenneth. Please take care of yourself. Get your post-stream self-care. Do whatever it is you need to do. Take care of yourself. Shabby, welcome back. Yeah, usually Jasper's here bothering me. He was bothering me really aggressively earlier, so he's taking a break, I suppose. Midnight used to. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Sizzles. No way! Oh, wait, are you like together? That's so cute. Shut up. Oh, it's Empress's special date. Oh, really? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that email. Oh, I love that. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but thank you guys so much. Should I do DBD or Outlast Trials? Well, I'm not saying I don't have a full lobby, because I don't have a full lobby. So I'm a little bit more biased to you playing DBD with us. But if you want to do Outlast Trials, I guess you can. You know what I mean? I guess if you want to play Outlast Trials, whatever. But I would love to have you play DBD with us. No, I totally get it, Tangos. Midnight is the best girl. She's the only girl that I have in my house, too. Well, besides me, but... And Midnight's my black cat. Yeah, Shabby back in lobbies? I agree. Seriously, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you guys so much for being here. Happy Monday! Hope you guys had the best weekend ever. Thank you for the follow! Welcome in. Truly, thank you guys so much for the follows. It really means a lot. Ladies, trying to do my work type shit. Shut up. Wait, don't shut up. Don't leave me. Excuse me, I'm a lady. Oh. Please, Moons, would you like me to rub your bum? Oh. Just kidding, he's still here. I don't make that. What? Okay. 100 ping. Let's go gambling. Let's get human. What's up, She Happens? Happy Monday. Welcome in. I did see the totem, yeah. I have a totem in my pocket right now. For, inner healing. I do have one in my pocket. If we get closer to endgame, I'll probably start cleansing them. She Happens. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, Kissy. At first, I wasn't understanding your reference, and then I understand the crack. Now I understand. I understand completely. You self-report right now. No, that was a good one. That was a good. I like that one. I will allow this. I will allow this dad yoke. Below, that is counterforce. I do totems a little bit faster, like some percentage faster, and after I cleanse a totem, I see the aura of the furthest totem from me. Beginning week check-in? Oh man. My weekend was okay. A little bit of a drama. Nothing like too bad. And then I had the we need to talk message, which wasn't said in so many words, but it was said in different words. But so I'm a little stressed right now because guys, apparently we're gonna have a conversation with someone tomorrow, and I'm like, oh god, so I'm a little nervous about that. But I actually had some like really aggressive anxiety about it earlier. I like to the point where I did think about canceling stream, but I didn't. So W me for not canceling stream. Yeah. But yeah, so that'll be fun. Wow, there's nothing over here. What? That hit! That's alright. Oh, I found another totem. Whoa! Girly pop. Let's go gambling. Oh, rainbow. Yeah, I don't make that. He definitely has no ed. Oh, you think? We'll see. I don't know what any of his perks are right now. Oh, you know what? I could see that, yeah. Anxiety, or the con music is so anxiety inducing. I totally could see that. Oh, okay. Rootsy, I get it. I understand. I understand. Me? Hugs? Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs them. Unless you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. Hi, Saphira! Bye, Saphira. Thank you so much for Lurky Turkey. Also, I saw another follow 4 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed that, but thank you so much for the follows, guys. Truly. They're anonymous. If you guys want to say hello and get acknowledged, I will say hello to you, but otherwise, I do not want to call anybody out. I do appreciate all the follows. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to go there. Oh, you're Death Hook? Oh, well. Oh, and I'm dead too. I don't make that. Nope. So he's got 100 ping, right? Yeah. Oh, there's only 1 gen left? What the fudge? I haven't done a single gen. I think Spades is doing all the gens. Spades is like genning it up. I'm very impressed.
I got my gunner glasses a couple weeks ago with your code. I love them for gaming and migraine prevention. Thanks.
Wait, shut up. Which ones did you get, Norby? Also, Norby, thank you for the 39 monthlies. What the fudge sticks? Oh, no way. It's because he had the yellow bottle. The yellow bottle got. Yeah, see, look at Spades. Spades is chugging. Holy crap. Migraine. Did it say migraine instead of migraine? Oh my god. That's so funny. Norby, thank you for the 39 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes. Ad free if you and you so badge. It could have been the 100 ping, but also he'd used his speedy bottles too. Sub hype. Thank you more. I want to know what glasses you got. I don't remember. I'm so glad you got your gunners. Hell yeah. Whoa, whoa. Like something was like stabbing my eyeball for a second. That hurt, and then it's gone. Yeah, what's up, Cynical's Ghost? Oh my god, I forgot about the buff. I got this from the Pokemon Center for the 30th anniversary. I'm gonna leave. Do you guys mind? Because, He's a back to hooker, which I don't blame him. I mean, the game's like, you know, one jug left. See, Swabby cleanser totems. What's up, Sue? Hi, Sue. Wish I could go. Oh, it's a website, Cynicals. I do not live in Japan, but I wish I did. Ooh, and how convenient. Think of the shout out for Sue. Enjoy your evening, Shinobi. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you very much for supporting our homie Chaotic Aura. We love her very much. Oops. But enjoy the rest of your lurky turkey. If we don't see you, have a very good night. Ew. Oh, you said aw. I thought you said ew for a second. I was like, oh, ah. If I've missed anyone much, I'm so sorry. Oh, hell yeah! But my bestie loves Spider-Man, so I got them the shirt. Oh, hell yeah. Cool, okay. There, isn't there? Yeah, I got this online. Cynical said I wish I could go. Like, as in, like, go in person, but this isn't like an in-person thing. Oh, do I get this heal? I do. Let's go. He's gonna go for me because I'm Death Hook. Oh, I hate your ping. I hate your ping so much, dude. You're gonna bamboozle that. The shock of nobody. I'm gonna go over here because at least it's away from the hook. Drop that. Oh man, he's so good. He read that 100-page clown thing. I finally cooked food. No way! Wait, what did you make, Sue? I'm so proud of you. That's huge. Oh, that's so huge. I'm so proud of you. Oh. Oh, he read the handbook. He hella read the handbook. I think I may have missed your message from Ruby. What was your The riot glasses! Okay, gotcha. The riot glasses and a mystery pair. Slay. Well, I'm so glad you love them. I wear my gunners every single day. Rice and tuna. Oh, fudging tuna. I love tuna. Oh, really? That's cool, Rosario. I got the espresso color. Oh, lovely. You mirror all the time? Oh, T-Cat, do you? Wait, T-Cat, what are your favorite gunners? T-Cat, also another gunner gamer from the gunner streaming program. And actually being able to buy groceries is nice. Oh, I'm so proud of you. It's not easy being cheesy. I'm joking. It's not easy, making food for yourself, you know? I wonder if this guy is used to playing on high ping. Because he swings at everything, which makes me think that he's used to high ping. Come on. Spades deserves hatch luck. Oh, I was about to say, Spades in every single gen. The Roswell! Oh, the White Wolf, hell yeah. I love the Roswells. So cool. Man, we've only had one working lobby tonight, and that's so fun. We're, there to cook today made me smile. I'm so proud of you. Oh, are you talking about the Roswells? I want to put them in my mouth. It's such a dumb bug. It's so dumb. It's like, how have they not fixed it? Oh, why haven't they fixed it? Like, they'll tell people all these things of, like, how you can go about reporting, like, players and whatever. But they keep saying, if you need to report somebody, like a cheater or a hacker or whatever, use the in-game system, use the in-game system, use the in-game system. But, like, you can't do it. And then they say, oh, okay, well, then there's this website that you can use to report people. But it's like, they keep saying, like, even in the Discord, like there's, like, 15 people saying, can't report people, can't report people, can't report people. And it's like, use the in-game system. Oh! Let me in! Get in here, Shabby. Sorry. Oh. Failed to join request. Send me another invite. Por favor. I miss Jasper. Oh, he'll come back. Jasper! Jasper! Try inviting me. Okay. Favorite Pokemon track. That's a good one. What is everyone's favorite Pokemon? Mine's Clefable. There you are. Houndoom. I still need to send you your painting. Oh my god, I'm the worst. I gotta send you your painting. I gotta send you and Ginger and Moon their letters. Alone with all the Pixel Shiny Dragonair. Hell yeah. Charizard. So cute. Wait, Shadow, did you see my eggs that I posted in the Discord? I made a Psyduck Easter egg. Slowpoke. You know what? I love Slowking. Lickitung. So cute. Vulpix. Yeah, Velvet. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You saw? I didn't really like how my eggs turned out this year. I was super impatient this year when it came to coloring them. Or, like, yeah, coloring them and drawing them in. But, you know, you could tell what the Pokemon were. Booey sleeping. Oh, you should have seen him earlier, Nova. He actually was a little bit hyper earlier. Does anyone have any advice to have more discipline? For me personally, because I actually have been having some really good discipline with myself lately, it's outweighing the guilt. Like with me, like with working out recently, it's like, oh, I really don't want to work out tonight. All right, well, am I going to feel guilty if I don't work out tonight? And it's like, yeah, I'm going to feel guilty. So it's like, all right, well, just fucking do it, you lazy bitch. And that was to me, not to you. And I was like, okay. And then I do it. You know? So that's for me. I kind of like outweigh the guilt. Cool Cam, mwah, Sue, mwah. Also a tarot pull, our third one of the day. We've had two pentacles. Not the two of pentacles, but we've had two pentacles cards today. And let's see if we can keep these good vibes going. Oh, I actually am a lazy bitch. Yeah, so I kind of just like ask myself, is the guilt worth it? We have the Queen of Cups in reversed. Did you really? I did 4 miles yesterday. I haven't done anything yet today. There needs to be more focus on your spirituality and mental health. Tend to your deepest needs to ensure you're well enough to care for others. Your emotions are getting the best of you. It's time to stop putting so much effort into other people and other people's wants and needs, and time to focus on you and your self-care. I don't remember, Shabby. I don't remember. Numb. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm very proud of you, Shadowhawk. That's huge. Period. I think it's kind of relevant, right? Kind of relevant. Also, anybody here can claim those cards. It doesn't have to just be for Sue. If you think it's relevant for you, then it's for you. It's going well. Good. You deserve that. You deserve some self-care. What are these spawns? Like, these spawns are wacky tobacco, no? Like, I feel like every game we're spawning right next to killers. It just makes the snowball so much hotter, you know? Yeah, know what I'm saying? Because then we're constantly in that, having to unhook people. It's like, give us a minute to breathe, DBD. Oh, did I see a generator? I see a generator. Let's go gambling. How many people will make it out is the prediction, guys. Use your channel points. How many gamers are going to make it out of this trial? That was pain res, no? What do I have? Okay. Maybe I can make it, okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. That was really unfortunate timing. Wyatt Ken? Yeah, it's alright. It makes sense that killers are using their strongest killers. Because I know, I've been seeing on Twitter a lot of people are really upset on the killer side. Because there was, like, a lot of, like... I don't know. People are just really mad. Which, I mean, it is what it is. People can play however they want. People can play whatever killers they want. But I understand, like, why people are bringing out their strongest killers. Oh, did you pick the wrong answer last time, or is that what happened? Oh, I missed that. No, thank you, Sue. I hope you liked it. My goal is to actually do a gen this game, because I haven't done a single gen in like 3 games. I've just been unhooking people the whole time. Yay! Oh, okay. I will find a totem. Ooh, or maybe I can find a medkit. I had to play sweaty because they were not being nice to me. No, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. No, oh, I found a flashlight. Any totems in chat? Oh, another box. Oh. Oh, does he have friends to the end? That's not what I want. Oh! Gonna do this really quick. Just in case. He does have friends. Okay. I understand. Alright, well, I'm gonna do this really quickly because I have resilience. He's gonna be right by the hook anyway. With the pig! Hell yeah. I used to be a pig main. Don't tell Finkelstein. Just kidding, Finkelstein knows. Finky knows. But I used to be once. That's why she's friends with me. P100 pig main. Who else do you have P100? Oh shit nipples. Oh shit nipples. Yep. Oh, come to me, come to me, come to me. No! I tried. I tried to egg him on. I should be a Nancy main. Like promo or anything, be rude? What do you mean? Sue, we will shout you out every single day in the world. What do you mean? Are you P100ing twins? Because if you're looking for tips, I don't know if I'm the gamer for that. I'm at 87 and Claire. Oh, and are you gonna do Claire after Robin? Or I'm sorry, gonna do Robin after Claire, or are you just full on swapping to Robin? A tutorial for each killer because DB refuses to update theirs. Oh! Okay. Because, so interesting. That's cool. So, like, you're gonna have... You can... Oh! Are you asking me to do that? I could do, like, a beginner's tutorial. I don't know about a tutorial. I'm not very good at this video game. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Oh! Oh, you want it so bad, mister. You want it so bad. Delete Chucky from the game and delete all of his I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't tell Sloth I said that. Yeah, we'll finish. Okay, but you... Oh, after. Okay. Gotcha. Robin's up there. Oh, I thought it was dead. Oh. And not playing doesn't help. Oh my god. That's a good thing. If I have a lot of hours in this game, but I've been playing for 5 years. Compared to other people, like other like DBD streamers or DBD creators. Oh, I don't have my DBD creator on. Oops. That's fine. It's not like I'm in trouble for it. I don't have to have it on. But like compared to other people who have like 5 years or less time in this game, I have so few hours compared to them. Which is funny because I thought I was like really up there in hours. But it's uninstalled. That's fair. Just play a few Twins games and a few tips for new players. I could try that. I could totally try that. Maybe on Wednesday I could play some Twins games. And like warm up a little bit. Oh, we're so screwed, kitten. You gotta run. Lovely, you gotta run. Sorry, I just wanted to try to make sure that he took the chase with me. I think he was taking the chase with me. Good, good, good. Oh, we knew this was a dead zone earlier. We knew this was dead zone. Blue beam, everybody. It doesn't matter. This game's over. I have something to use. I'll try something. Man, I'm thinking I might do solo queue. Shit. Can't play in this high-ass MMR. Well, I like playing with friends. Oh, really? I don't know. I struggle playing with people. Not because I don't like to. I'm just bad. And I always feel guilty, like, when I do poorly, like, with people. Because, like, that game I feel badly because, like, I haven't been able to, like, do anything or, like, play well at all. So, like, I feel guilty, you know? Because I feel like people resent me for it. And it's like, it's alright. You know, it is what it is. Guys, let's switch to Dauntless Trials! Oh, I have to go pee. Cool. Well, while Spades is in the game, let me put some blood points into Ashley J. Williams. Because I have almost 3 million to spend. P94. P94! Oh. Oh, sorry. I should have stayed. I'm sorry. I forgot that was the prediction. I'm sorry, homies. Alright, let's go back. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. Guys, take this time to get some stretchies in, to go piss girl, to get some drinks, get some snacks. I will be right back.
So
Oh, war.
he has Grim.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna assume pain res as well. And I'm assuming that was blood favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't blood favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? Ah, damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way so I can... Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so... There's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah! Ah, fuck me. I'm so scared, mommy! Mommy! Help! Help! Help me! Help! 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 Help me!
So calm.
Somebody!
I'm gonna need you guys to be so calm. Shh. Don't scare him. Hi. Hi. Who is that? Oh my god. There was some coaxing that had to get done. Oh, okay, he's done. Okay. Alright, okay, alright. There was some coaxing that had to get done, so it took me a second. He knew I was gonna bring his fat ass down here. But that was Balthazar. So you guys, I was here! You guys got to see Balthazar. You guys never get to see him. You got Hatch? Well, makes sense. There's only four gens left, right? I was here! What's up, Jade? Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss you. Also, no way you missed it! Raven, go back in the VOD! Go! Cause, can you just, like, click on the thing and be like, go back? No. He's here maybe, like, once every 2 months I'm able to grab him. But Jasper's here.
Go away, Boo. No one wants you.
I'm joking. And look what happened, Raven. How dare you? Here. I'll give him your boy. I'll give you your boy.
Wow. Happy baby.
Happy baby. Paw. Can I get a better paw? Paw. Thanks, buddy. Aw, Stinky. I love them all.
Thanks.
I made them myself. Oh. Now Boo licking the bird, so he'll do that and then he'll like rub his face on it. He'll like mark it. He goes, "This is my bird. There are many like it, but this one is mine." Really, Freya? Well, if it doesn't work out, just get a new husband. I'm joking. Where do you... I've asked this, but where do you get Ichiro babies? Like, where did I adopt them? I adopted... them all from the same organization. 2 different locations. What is the organization? I follow them on Facebook. Because I got him from Boo from one location, and I'm lied. I got Charlie from one location, and Boo... Oh, hey, Charlie! I got Charlie from one location. Sorry, Charlie, hold on. And then Boo, Bal, Midnight, and Jasper from another. Heck. W-clip. Benny! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See, Raven, there's a clip for you to see. God, I'm trying to remember what the organization's called, though. And also, high-key, low-key might dox me, too, because I think it's local. What's my cat's name? This one is Jasper. The black and white one that was just here before is Balthazar. And then I have a black cat named Midnight. Also, stay alive by daylight. I love your name. Welcome in. Why are we leaving? Why are we leaving?
Oh, it's a legging. I see. Please don't talk to yourself. Yeah, oh, I remember. I actually remember. I can message it to you. I do remember it now. I remember the organization now. 2 different locations. Charlie was the only one that was a different one. The other one was all the same location, but all over different years. Midnight and Balthazar were a bonded pair that I got in 2015. Jasper I got in 2018. And then... Oh, are you falling off or are you getting off? I can't tell. Oh, you're getting off, okay. Charlie I got in 2021. And then Boo 2022 or 2023, I can't remember. Also, thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Yeah, I do remember the name of it, so I can message you. The place, the adoption agency. Less than a minute, I already think you seem like a goof is definitely... Oh! I think you're right with goof. I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. So we get a little weird here. Not in a bad way, I don't think. Let's get weird. Oh, man. Whoa! He's got the thing! Oh, God. What is with my payetas today? That's the 3rd time that that's happened. Goofy goober. What's your favorite map, Mama's RPD? I do love me some slutty little RPD. My favorite map, I do love Leary's. Wait, which RPD? West or East? I like East Wing. I don't know, I like them both. They both have their qualities, you know? I love Leary's. Leary's is fun. I like both, yeah. Equal opportunity, me too. Oh! Oh, you like the game? As a survivor or killer? To finalize the prediction, I wagered on it. Oh, okay. Oh, what was the prediction, Loki? Oh, really? Did you play Requiem? Do you want me to heal you, love? Oh, I guess it is a Legion, right? I can heal you. Oh, indoor-outdoor map! Cool. I like that. That's a good idea. Oh, wait, it was Shabby's idea? Bad idea. I'm joking. Help? No. I was finishing the heal. Oh, the chase is by hook too, yeah? Okay, it's gone. Outdoor, yes. Outdoor map. Oh my god, that would be so cute, actually. That would be so cute. No, yeah. I agree. Oh, they're coming right back. Oh. Oh. Let's go gambling. Well, they're in power, right? So we have no reason to heal. I'm not gonna throw Payetta. Oh, okay. Why, Sheboygan? Why does every killer at 100 bing tonight? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. What's up, Charity? Yo, Charity, what's up, homie? Everyone say, what's up, Charity? What's up, Syntax Kitten? I love your name. It is so cute. Really? I keep saying that. It's like one of my new verbal stims. I can't stop. Just chilling. Oh, what are you working on? What's the new JRD YouTube upload looking like? Well, well, well. What's up, Chilla? Chilla, happy Monday or Tuesday, depending on your time zone. You guys enjoying the BP? Hello, Boone. Oh wow. Oh, I'm sorry if I missed it, Stay Alive. But did you play Requiem? Oh, that's fair. That's fair, Jaredy. Oh, no. I have inner healing. Unless you want points. Well, yeah. Well, whatever it is, I'm sure it's gonna be awesome, Jaredy. I'm proud of you. Ah, boo! Oh, whenever you play it, I hope you love it. Yeah, a little cozy. A grilled cheese. My mother made me a grilled cheese yesterday when I was coloring some eggs at her house, and it was delicious. It was a nice little Colby Jack and provolone moment. It was very good. Spades. The last 4 games, I have not touched a gen a single time. This is the first game that I've gotten to touch a gen. You've actually been really good with gens the past, I think, 4 games. You're the only one who's actually been able to get gens done. Whoa! Whoa! Strawberry God! Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Easter soon. Easter's next Sunday, or this Sunday, according to chat. Oh, the killer is here. Rah-rah, Reggie. Oh, who put that table there? Oh, okay. Okay. Is that serious? Is that serious? Yo, welcome in, Raiders! I don't think he meant to do that. Oh, he's learning patience. Amelda, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. Yo, welcome in, Strawberry Goth. How was your day? How was your night? We are currently doing some DBD, trying to get as many blood points as we can because of this delicious Blood Moon event. PS5. Oh, no way! Oh, I hope you love it in VR. Hell yeah. Obscure. What is that like? Oh, sorry. 30 minutes ago? Oh, pff. So it's basically pretend like you're working, but really just keep, like, pack up. I asked earlier, I was like, guys, when is Easter? And I thought it was next Sunday. It's this Sunday. It's April 5th, right? What's up, Slasher Buddy? Everyone say hi, Slasher Buddy. Hope you're doing so good, Angel. If you play a killer, who do you main? In order, Twins, Nemesis, Springtrap. Nice! Strawberry, who do you like to play as? Do you like to play Survivor, Killer? What do you like to do? Nemi? Ugh, I love me some Nemesis. Yes. Oh! Someone's dead body! I have to. I know they were getting bloodlust. I have to. Oh! Oh, is this a super boon? Shut up. Whoa! Shit. Sorry. Oh, I was not ready for him to stop his, thing. Oh, come on, resilience.
Oh god, oh jeez. What did I do? Did all that with a cat hair in my mouth. Still in there. Holy Lupin. Pfft, it's the only good loop I've had tonight. It's only taken 4 hours to get there. Oh, he definitely saw me, right? Yeah, he did. I go down here. He gets me here. I keep forgetting that he does that! Where'd she go? I'm right here! What do you mean just walk right through that? Fudge! Oh my god, please. I'm a good girl. Oh my god, please keep distracting him. Oh, be a good little gamer. Keep distracting him. Oh, you're such a good little gamer. Oh, you're such a good little gamer. Oh, you're a good little gamer. He's gonna pick. Oh. Oh, you got worried. Wait. Oh, there we go. Yep. Alright, if I can get into a locker, I'll be fine. How long is this Mori? There's no lockers over here. That's fine. I just need a slutty little locker. Snitching ass crow better not say anything. Oh, I think that was Winchester. Okay. I need to get away from these gens. Oh my god. I'll be looking for a bit. I've been bed writing all day and I was going to sleep. My brain was like, no! You know what? I'm very proud of you. Very proud of you for getting on DBD. Taking care of yourself. Everyone say bye, Slasher Buddy. Holy. I once again, only did like half a gen. Oh my god. I didn't do anything. Winchester did all those gens. And then, Shabby sacrificed himself for me. Exclamation point DBD hours, for how many hours I have in the game. How long I've been playing DBD? For 5 years. But, I was actually, oh shit, nipples. I was actually just saying earlier, I have pretty low hours for someone who's been playing for 5 years, but that's alright. Not good at this game. Also, Strober, if you're still here, you better not be. You better be getting your post-stream self-care. Again, thank you so much for the raid. I wonder if he's gonna check up on his NOED. I wonder. Let's see. He might check the doors though. Oh really? Better than I've been doing the past 4 games. This is my first good game, I think, like almost all night. Oh, hello, love. Oh, hello, window. Didn't realize it was a window. My bad. I did it again. Oh. Oh. All right. He wants to Mori me. He's not gonna let me live. He wants to kill me. Right? Were you really? Me too. Me too. Oh, I'm gonna keep my item. When Ghoul came out, I believe I started playing shortly after the Twins was released. You go, Winchester! He wants to worry Winchester? Why not me? Oh. I don't want to wait. You're a hard ghoul main as opposed to a soft ghoul main? I'm joking. Michael Myers! Oh, isn't that like, oh, that's like OG, isn't it, Strawberry? Gates opened! Ari, you're just my queen. Oh, yuck, hang on, I'm naked? Why would that be yuck?
There's nothing yuck about that. I see the lobby. No way. Maybe if I don't die first, I see the lobby. Yo, almost a perfect game. Look at the no gens that got done. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. GG's.
Okay, I feel better.
A double poop? No way. Oh, shut up. Shut up, Ari. Ari, thank you so much for the 11 months. What the fudge? Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub edge. You're so hot. What the heck? Oh my god, strawberry. Yeah, but the thing is, like, it could just be like me, where it's like, you're just not playing, like, every day for all those years, right? I know. Look at you. 4 years, 4 months. Yeah. Everyone point to Ari and go, sweat. I'm joking. Oh my god. Do I like Supernatural? I never finished the show. I never finished it. But I liked it when I watched it. Four years, 3 months. Sweat. I think that would be a super fun chapter, Stay Alive. You did 3 gens. I think I did like half a gen. If I did not half a gen, maybe 1 gen. But yeah, you were doing, you really carried that. When Legion dropped, shut up. Oh, but that boon got value, Shabsters. I'm not gonna lie. Also, I don't know if I said it, but thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Truly, thank you guys so much for being here. Lurking, hanging out, raiding. Thank you guys so much. Wait, wait, what was your first message to me, Ari? Oh, yeah. The hunk skin is super fun. Oh, is that really? Do your friends still play, the ones that got you? Hold on, let me see what these watch times are. 2 months, 3 days, 3 hours. Or 2 months, 3 days, 2 hours. I like the sandwich of numbers there. Swole nerd! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Sorry, I almost missed that. 3 months, 1 day, 19 hours. Jesus. If my stream cuts off, it's the weather. Did you guys hear that? Salted Loki with 24 days, 22 hours. Welcome back, Astral. I'm a lurker, but I enjoy your presence very much. Oh my god, I'm literally kidding. So, okay, so you guys heard that, okay. It is my dog, that's Boo. Say hi, Boo. Watch time. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, if my internet cuts off, or if my stream just cuts off, it's the storm, and I'm probably not coming back. That was that. Fun fact, I have to walk my dogs after this, so that's gonna be fun. Yippee! Let's get humid! It's another N-ray. Hello, loves. Slash your buddy, shut up, I'm gonna ban you.
Hello?
Slash your buddy, you shiitake my mushrooms. Thank you for giving a sub to Ninja of the Blue. Hi, Sam! That's why I'm mad at you. What the fudge sticks are you doing? Thank you so much for the get the sub to Ninja. Ninja, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, add your sub badge. 24 days. What the fudge? If I've missed anyone's messages, because I don't know how to read. Hold on. Almost been 4 years. I'm free to sleep. You're so funny. That's true. Oh my god. Bald, white, and sable. Oh, that's cute. Oh, guys. Oh, can we get a shout out for Slasher Bunny if anyone's available? Guys, everyone go follow. First name Slasher, last name Bunny. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out. And I'm so proud of you for just taking care of yourself. Thank you, Spades. You're so hot. If you run to use blood from the blood can, it only takes 3 cans to fill up a blood can, and it takes, it's just as much time. 'Twas proven. It takes, like, just as much time to walk and run back and forth. Yes, go tame your sliggers, Goily. Really? The second? So you got, you had, oh. And we're gonna keep running. So you had pretty low expectations, eh? I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh, that hit? That's kind of bullshit, but okay. You know what? Oh, that's so unfortunate. Who's that killer? This is Henry, aka the First, aka Vecna. Whoa, hello lag. Oh my god, am I losing internet? No, okay, we're good. What's the RPG main? Ace. Ace Visconti. He's the one on screen right now. Yeah. Vecna. Vecna. Ash? You can keep him. Oh, Jamie. That's right, Jamie. When in Stranger Things? Oh, gosh. A long time. Because there was Demogorgon, Nancy, and Steve. And then earlier this year was 11, Dustin. Oh, and Jonathan was before. 11, Dustin, Robin, Eddie, and Vecna. But I believe that was earlier this year, right? January? I want to say it was January. Oh, thank you, love. My new love in Taeyang. So I've dropped Kate like a hot potato! I don't want to play with you anymore. Magically. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, 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 oh. How did that hit? Girly Pop, what is your ping? As soon as I have a moment. A totem. As soon as I have a moment, I'm going to look at your ping. Okay, not 100, but still. not 100. You know what I mean? Oh. I think he purposefully did not want to tunnel. That's very hot of him. As a legendary skin? They like money, so I'm sure it might be. Did you really see? That's so funny. Hold on, let me dismiss this. Oh, I have a map. Wait, actually, I don't want that. 2 Vecnas now, and even saying the First is confusing. It is very confusing, so I just call him Henry. You have still time left. Yeah, so he's just Henry. Just Henry. P18. Shut up. I think mine's like P2. It is very confusing, though. 9 of him? That makes sense, right?
So easy.
Oh, wasn't there a totem over here? Ah. Aha! Yar. There be a totem. Oh, there's a totem over there too. Sure. He scares me a bit. He is very scary. Oh, Leon, I can heal you. Let me rub your bum. Oh, let us not rub bums. I see. That was unfortunate. There's no way that hit. Okay, this guy's got. This is ridiculous. I was nowhere near that! Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I wonder... What is with the game? That was definitely not paying or anything like that. That was just the game. Redonkulous! It's just shabby. You're making me want to go to Atlas Trials. Not you. I'm so sorry. You're not making me want to go to Atlas Trials. This game is making me want to go to Atlas Trials. Like, I don't give a fuck about this game. Like, I don't care about winning or losing. But, like, when the inputs aren't inputting and, like, there's so much, like, lag like this, it's very annoying. Let me play the game. Alright? Is there a gas canister out here? Oh, who's the Sable? Oh, it's Shabby! Shabby, I'm not gonna lie. I thought we had a random for a second. You wanna play that? Oh, Outlast Trials? You should add a pet the dog option. I have a treats redeem, but I think it's all been used up tonight. I think the quota has been quoted. You wanna play Outlast? His hitbox is a very interesting phase of first power. Okay, so I'm not going crazy. Because I was not even close to one of them.
I'm not even coping. Like, I know for an actual factual that last one in the hallway shouldn't have hit me. But it's fine. I'm just gonna cope. I'm gonna seethe. Angie. A husky shepherd. Malinois, pitbull are up there for me. Any shepherd. Yeah. Oh, hello, lovely. I don't know. I kind of like all dogs. I love Shiba Inus. I'm an equal opportunity dog enjoyer. I just love dogs. I love dogs so much. Yeah, Pitbulls have that, that bad rap, right? Which is unfortunate. Yo! Resolute Ronin. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Yo, welcome in, raiders. Also, thank you very much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Shut up, Delight. This is our third time seeing Delight tonight. That is so funny. Yo, welcome in. Holy crap. Hold on. I'm missing all these messages. What's up, Noble Wolfie? Hi, Resolute. Hi, Delight. What's up, Jay Basin? What's up, Cosmic Blast? Oh my god. Shut up, Resolute. That's so funny. What were you up to tonight? We're doing DBD? That's so funny. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is PixelxKitten. I'm playing some DBD. Not very well, but we're here for Hooked on You. That's me with you guys. I'm hooked on you. Oh, wrong button. Sorry. Hooked on You. We're just doing some DBD. Not very well. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Just trying to get as many blood points as we can. We're going against a Vecna, aka the First, aka Henry, right now on the new Trickster map. All good. What the fudge?
Tomorrow will be 90 days chemo free.
Oh, I don't have an aura. Oh, there it is. All good. Thank you for the 26 months. Oh my god. Also, thank you for the 26 months, and shout out to All Good for having been 90 days chemo-free today. Holy! Right circle explodey guy. Hell yeah. Yeah, All Good has been 90 days chemo-free, which is so huge. I'm so happy for you. How does it feel? I bet it feels great. Thank you so much for the follows. I'm seeing all the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you all, and I appreciate you all so much. Thank you so much. Oh, tomorrow's 90 days. Hey, you know what? Or we'll round up, all right? We'll round up.
You cannot run.
Who brought the canker? Me. I like to bring it. Oh my god, go to bed. What's up, Iva? Being friends with you always makes me feel like a loner. Whatever. Are you talking about my stream title? Oh, Shabby, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Oh, shit. Mods, can I get some help with, ad watching, por favor? I'm not blaming any of the mods. I just need some help, watching, ads, please. If you guys don't mind. Like, I'm not blaming any of the mods that we got, like, an ad right now. I'm just asking for any help. No, you're good. But, any extra eyes, I would super greatly appreciate. I'm so sorry for the ads, guys. So sorry. Am I being chased right now? Oh, I am. I will leave because this gen needs to get done, so I will vacate. Yeah, like, I'm not, like, yelling at you or yelling at anybody, but that's just something I could, like, definitely always use help on for the future. Oh, that's a dead end. Oh, that's a huge dead end. Okay, I just keep running. What the fudge is happening? Nightshade, shut up. Nightshade, thank you so much for the resub with Prime. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes ad-free views. And you so bitch. Oh, but that one didn't. Ah! I keep forgetting that this is connected. That's so funny. Okay, that one hit made sense.
I have prepared.
I'm not sure if he's gonna, like, use his. There it is. Okay. I was like, when is he gonna use his M1? When is he gonna use his M2? Ooh. He's so scary. I still don't know this map, so I'm literally just running around aimlessly. Shh. Ah! I thought there's no way he would expect that. That's right. Which means I still have my inner healing left. Damn. Damn, that was a far hook. That's unfortunate. F's in chat for all the streamers that didn't get the Prime sub. Also, Resolute, if you're still here, please make sure that you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Thank you so much for being here, for raiding, guys, for all the follows. Seriously, thank you guys so much. Sorry for the ad gamers. But if you guys are heading out, have the best night ever. We are doing a 12-hour stream on Wednesday to celebrate hitting 1,000. So, oh yeah, okay, Loki, thank you. Oh my God, thank you so much for telling me. For celebrating hitting 1,000 subs, we're doing a 12-hour stream on Wednesday. Oh, Winchester. Oh. It's alright. That is okay. I will die for the cause! Because you guys get out then, eh? No problemo. Oh, Gates. Oh, is that what the prediction was? No way you got me. No way you snuck in! Oh, and I got body. Oh, I'm screwed. Yeah, I got body blocked like crazy. Yeah, that's alright. Not by you, by Vecna. There's no body blocking that could be done because he has his power, so there's nothing you can do. Just get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, no way. No way. Holy, W gate open, W hood unhook. I thought I was dead with him body blocking me. That is a win. We only had to sacrifice Shabby. I think he panicked with his power at the end because his power was on point all game. Yeah, again. I feel like I did more gens that game, but I guess I didn't. Damn, GG's, that was huge. Yeah, thank you for dying for us. That's crazy. I did not expect that. Oh, that's alright. GG's. GG's. Holy. No. Oh, I don't need to play now because I just played. Oh, I wanted to check something. That's what I want to do. You saved Shabby? Oh, hell yeah. I didn't even notice. Hell yeah. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Ooh, I can get another cosmetic. Let's see. I unlocked the LOD thing, dredge thing. Let's do. I have 175. Oh, okay. Oh no, you guys are good. If you guys had left me, it would have been fine. It is what it is. I saved Shabby once. Oh, I forgot a beer. Oh, do you guys want to see a raid trailer? Here, I haven't done any raid trailers tonight. Let's do one. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares.
What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with
Boobies!
the
Honkin' tippies! Those are knockers!
I actually kind of want to stay on the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks.
Also, fun fact, we are going against a Vecna. Also, for anyone who's in the game that can hear me, there is a purple utility flashlight in the basement. All trailers are good trailers. I like to play too if I know Raven's around. Although I should have done the shorter one. The real Vecna, exactly. Exactly, real Vecna. Which I love. I love going against Vecnoses. Dibs, all yours gamers. Why did that blood just appear out of nowhere? What the fudge? Does that normally happen? Does blood... Is that a normal thing? That blood just appears like that? Because I'm a little nervous. What is that? It's a ghost. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Actually, I should have played my shorter raid trailer because I realized that we were all going to ready up so quickly because I forgot that we loaded into a game. Oh, that's my map. That's my map. Oh, ew, 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 look. What's that thing that Rootsy called me? The something kadoo? That, like, makes this, the sound? Oh, that's right. I didn't know that the map left the blood trail, so here I am cucking myself. The groan tube. Yeah. Hello, Substars. Would you like a rub down? Oh, wow. Who has leader? Oh, you're so hot for that. The groan tube. Expert doesn't like that. Sorry. I'm sorry if you don't like that sound. I'll stop. It is kind of a verbal stim for me. It's fine. I'll let you. I understand. I should find a Vecna chest. Oh, there's one over there. Okay. I'll finish this gen, then I'll go do that. Because I want to get a Vecna item. Especially one that gives you like a good speed boost. Yeah. Good girl. Thank you guys so much for the resubs tonight. What the fudge? Thank you for the follows, the raids. Thank you my mods for being here. Mods, paid actors. I'm just joking. But if you guys want, you guys could actually pay the mods. All that money from the pally.gg tip link goes straight to all the mods that signed up for it. Not all the mods signed up for it because some mods just didn't want to sign up for it, which is totally fine. But for the mods that did sign up for it, anyone that donates to the pally.gg link, all the money goes straight to the mods. Or gay to the mods, you know. Please feed the mods. What's up, Mav? Mav Appy. Monday/Tuesday, depending on your time zone. Could be a Tuesday. Oh, do you want me to get that? Oh, you want me to get that? It's gonna be a 1. Oh, you're so lucky it wasn't a 1. It's Tuesday, and hell yeah, it is for you, future boy. Sorry, that was like a term, not a me misgendering you. I'm sorry. Future boy. Oh, am I blocking you? I'm sorry. I just wanted to see where you went. Whoa. Oh, he definitely saw me, eh? Well, I'm running away from Hook. Oh. Running away from Hook? Oh, okay. I see. You run away from Hook now. And I will get it. Still money for me about my bedtime? Hell yeah. I hope you had a good day today. Did you have a good weekend? Would you do... Guys, what was your favorite thing you ate this weekend? And as my title suggests, what Iva was mentioning,
Did anyone have any like cool wins they want to share this month? I know a lot of people have gotten houses, gotten new apartments, gotten new jobs, job interviews. There's been a lot of really cool wins this month. Also, Shabby, what the fudge? What did the killer do? Or what did you do to the killer? You're such a good little gamer, aren't you? Oh, I wanted to be a tight little tickler. You submitted my thesis to my committee. What? I submitted my thesis to my committee for final feedback. What's your thesis about? Shut up, Lily. An avocado. Thanks. Burger and fries. Nah, Shabby. I feel like today I've like kind of like checked out. Like I had like what 1.5 good loops today, and that was pretty much it for me. A taco salad, tequila. Oh my god. And Shabby, if it's any consolation, I think you're playing fantastic. I feel like we're all playing fantastic. I just we're not in comms. We're not like synergizing our perks. I think we're doing for all intents and purposes. We're playing solo queue. You know. For all intents and purposes, we're playing solo queue. You know what I'm saying? And I think we're all doing really well considering, you know? Research effects on undergraduate students. Interesting. Shut up. What class is this thesis for? That's so cool. I got shortlisted for a paid voice actor role and applied to DVD creator program. You have not heard back from it yet? I am sure you are a shoo-in. I am sure you are a shoo-in. These killers, man. These killers are good. Oh, and Lily got into the DVD program. That's a win. 2 new songs on drums. If I get a doctor who listens to me. Jade, shut up. That's huge. The latter. Like, don't get me wrong. The new songs on drums is dope. But having a doctor listen to you is pretty heckin' special. I cannot wait to be done. I am tired. Well, then take a nap. Then fire the missiles. Oh my god, I just outed myself as a huge millennial, didn't I? Yikes. Very proud of you, Kay. I'm sure that's a very incredible work. Only applied. Oh, 3 days ago. Oh, hell yeah. I'm so proud of you, too. I'm sure you're a shoo-in. Like, I can't imagine you not being. Oh, are they coming? Oh, here. He's on me. He's on me. He's on me. Right. Yeah. Fighters and missiles! Got medicated today? Do you mind if I ask, like, what they listen to you about? Like, I don't want to ask, like, what medications are wrong, because I feel like that's, like, ugh, too much to ask. But, I don't know. You know what? I want to ask. I'm just very happy for you, JJ. What are you medicated for? That's a weird question to ask. I'm so sorry. But I am tired. Then take a nap. Then fire the Then fire the missiles! Oh, it's filled. Yep. I'm glad I'm not the only one that was making that reference. You kicked my little slutty little gen, didn't ya? You kicked my slutty little gen. Hold on, let me put this in here and I'm gonna go for the save. Oi, chamoy. And now get hell yeah! Depression, anxiety, and getting tested for ADHD. That is so super validating. Ugh, I'm so happy that 1, you got a doctor to listen to you because that's like the most difficult thing ever in the world. And then 2, they get medicated for it. Like that is huge. Oh yeah, come for me. Come for me. I had jury duty, didn't get called. That's huge. That is omega donkey huge. Holy. I love that for you. Oh, hello, Generator. Ooh, actually, hold on. I have resilience. I think I'll do this.
This is where we say, "Ma, pick a struggle." And people said that to me when I listed my things I got diagnosed with. Anxiety, ADHD. Oh, that's risky, because he definitely saw me, right? Anxiety, ADHD, autism, yeah, depression, and PTSD. Yep. Still have nightmares about my abusive ex. Yep. And my, some abusive, friends that I've had. Not any recent ones. Ones before I was streaming. Oh, I thought I was dead. I have said that almost every single game. Is, oh, I thought I was dead. AAA threat. Yep. Saying a AAA threat is just so much better than I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. Stop reading me like a book. Stop having such a delicious looking cover. I'm sorry, that was weird. What a weird way to hit on something. What? What's going on with you today? I clap my hands like, how much time do you have? That's funny. This year will be 5 years of me not, 5 years of me escaping, and I do mean escaping, my abusive relationship. 5 years in August. Very exciting. I literally mean escaping. He used to, so I don't drive stick, and he does, and he would take my car to work and leave his car here at home. Not my home, the different home that we had. And he would, like, so to purposely trap me at home so I couldn't, like, leave. And because he knows that I, like, have really bad agoraphobia and anxiety, he knows I couldn't, like, leave or, like, get an Uber or anything like that because I wouldn't do that because, one, I'm broke, and two, I have really bad anxiety. I'm gonna run as far away from all of the gens as I can. I think that's the play here. Right? Yeah, he would do that. And then, you know, a lot of other stuff, but you guys probably don't want to hear about that. Off work! Oh my god, Irish Queen, hell yeah. I hope you had the best time at work. Look at you. Go hit that! Good boy. Ooh. I'm Nero fucked. Real. Ooh! Good one. That was good. Holy. 5-gen chase. This is good, though, because Winchester either has options for door or hatch, which puts a lot of pressure on him, so I think this is good. We want to hear about whatever you want to talk about. I want to talk about how hot and tall and talented and handsome you are. Did you guys know that Spades is streaming? And editing videos? And they're amazing. Oh! Everyone go follow them. I don't have to work. Oh, no way! Oh, Jade. Oh, that's a lot. Those are some really good wins, actually. Really? Let's go. Wow, I didn't like that. Oh, that was awful. Oh, that sucked. Oh, except, no, you can't talk about that. Well, too bad. I'm not too mad about these games. Wait, what? Everyone say, Shabby, thank you so much for the games. Shabby, you are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Thank you so much for the games, truly. You're on spring break. Only teacher benefit. Tomorrow? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, shoot. Add now, no adding game. Add now, no adding game. Gotta win, had fun. Cool. As long as you're like, getting blood points, right? Like, that's the win, right? I don't think this stream will hold me over till April. What do you mean, Ejin? Are you because it's the last stream of the month. Shut up, Ejin. Ejin, hope you're doing so good. Happy Monday/Tuesday, depending on what time zone you're in. Because it's, what, 11:09 for me. P100, what is she right now? Tomorrow. I ain't streaming tomorrow. But apparently Shabby is. 40? Oh, right? I mean, how long is this event going for? 16 days? I mean, yeah, I mean, if they're playing like every day, right? Oh, damn. Whole 36 hours. Well, I don't know. I'll just trust you know the math. I'll be streaming at noon on Wednesday. So I trust. I don't know. I'm not even gonna pretend like I'm gonna do math. I'm way too tired for that. Hi, Solar. Oh, 37. Oh, okay. So you did take account. Oh, I'm starting early. Look at you paying attention. I don't know. If you're looking for math, don't look at me. Hello. Oh, you just reminded me I need to do my Duolingo. If I do my Duolingo, I'll be 90 days streak. I'm doing the very first lesson, so it's really easy, so I can do it really quickly. It's almost Tuesday. Anubis, mwah. They give the forehead kissy. I am brew. I guess sugar. Cheerdy. Hello. Anna, I.S. Ian. Tuesday, fishy chips. Banya, I.S. Lizard. I am brew. That's not Scottish Gaelic. What language are you learning? The Scottish Gaelic. Porca. Ian. I.S. Oh, I just got to pets. Cat in Scottish Gaelic is catta. Catta. Spelled like cat. Dog is cu. C-U. Cu. Kufi. I.S. Banya. Forca. Chiardi. Halos. Oh, nope. Spine. Shuker. I forgot what pig was. Oh, and horse is spelled like each, but it's pronounced like ick. So eventually I'll be able to talk about horses to spades. Hold on, I got one more. Lesson complete! Oh my god. Hold on. You guys wanna see this shit? Day 90! Let's go! Hell yeah, brother. That's me. Scottish Gaelic. I didn't lose my streak. Oh, shit. That was scary. Guess what my streak is? On Duolingo? 169. Oh, I don't know that. I haven't got that far. I only had my first lesson yesterday. 1526 for what? You better not say English, because that's cheating. I'm joking. French and Japanese? Oh, it's a pig. Oh, excuse me. French and Japanese, shut up. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Ce soir? Ruin! Well, joke's on you. Guess what I have? A map. Alright, totem there, there. Oh, there was one downstairs, okay. Well, I'll check this one since I'm here. Well, I'm gonna do all these totems. Oh, thrill of the hunt, too. Alright, well, I guess it's a good thing I have counterforce. That's what I just did on this one, Shabby. I just did the very first lesson for Scottish Gaelic because it was a little bit, because then I could do it faster and save my streak. But I was learning French at one point because I was learning French in middle school and high school. So I know like the very barest minimum. But I want to learn Scottish Gaelic because allegedly that is what, oh, someone else on the map, too. Allegedly is what, Elvish was based off of in Lord of the Rings. Nerd! One totem is downstairs, yeah. One of my boys is learning French in school, the other's learning Spanish. I'm not gonna lie, the one who's learning Spanish, I'm pretty sure is the smarter of your two children. Because I wish I learned French I wish I learned Spanish so much. Not because I dated someone who spoke Spanish and it would have helped me talk to his father, because his father only spoke Spanish and it made it very difficult for me to talk to him. But it's so much more practical, you know? Okay, I don't know where this totem is. Wait, I have a map, idiot. Oh. I thought I checked over there. Am I stupid? Did I not check over there? Or am I stupid, chat? Don't answer that. Oh, I didn't check that Quana. I see, I see. I was right here, too. I was right here. That's so funny. Uh-huh. 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 And forgot everything. Really? Will either of the Leons live? That is such a fun prediction. Will either of the Leons live? Either Leon's Moans or our random Leon Scott Kennedy. Hello, this is awkward. That was funny. Alright, we have one more hex left. And there it is. Okay, well, let me heal myself. And then I'll cleanse that. Right. That's the plan, that's the plan, that's the plan. American Sign Language! You know what? There's an app that I did one day of. That I did one day for sign language. Oh, shit nipples. How did you know I was here? That's crazy talk. Oh, and there's one bottom of the house that I'm being chased in. Let's go check to see what it is. Oh, this is already done. Alright, well. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Right there, right, I'm down. That pallet's gone, by the way. Good morning, Buttercup. Not us being up after Buttercup's nap, because let's be honest, that was not a sleep. Good morning. Here, let me see. I downloaded the app. It's actually really good. I've only used it once though. Oh, okay. It's called Lingvano. Lingvano. I've only used it once, so that's like the most I can really tell you about it. But the one lesson that I took, it was really intuitive. It was like they taught you stuff that was like easy. They went over the signs. It was really nice. And they have streaks. Also, what I like about the app is I did not have to sign up. I did not have to give them my email. I did not have to make a username. I didn't have to make an account. All I did was just be like, oh, you're a beginner. How many days do you want to do it? Like, what's your goal that you want to do like a streaks in? Oh, let me heal you. I'm so sorry. But yeah. If you guys are looking to learn sign language. I don't know if it's ASL. I assume it is. You don't gotta worry about healing me. I'm gonna go do this totem, and then I'll go heal myself. Oh, please don't bring her down here, Leon S. Kennedy. I'll be so sad if you do. Yeah, I wish I took Spanish. Well, I don't blame you, Leon, but I'm not blaming you. Oh, okay, so there's still another totem. I wonder if that was maybe Devour, maybe? Okay. So it looks like that has to be the last totem right there. Hi, Jojo. It's my shack. Is it not that one that's right next to me? Looking at it right there. Good. I did 1, 2, Winchester to 3, 4. That should be the last one. Yeah? Okay, cool. So that should be the last totem. Totem. Has anyone else gotten traps, or am I the only one that's gotten a trap? I have not been paying attention to this game. I'm really excited about the Duolingo and sign language conversation. Where is Leon? Oh, wait. Yeah. Leon's hiding. Because I don't see his aura. Leon is widowy hiding. Alright, I'm just going to sacrifice myself because I'm probably not going to be able to get my helmet off. But at least I can do this quickly. There we go.
So yeah, unfortunately the Leon S. Kennedy is the random is hiding. I have to get really good RNG. Even if I get this off, I'm dead. Yeah. Well. Yeah, there's no point. Oh! The Leon's back. The Leon's back playing. Alright. At least I got, the totems. I'll take that. Oh, and Spade's got a helmet. I'll take it. I will take that as an absolute win. Damn. I wonder what maybe, you know what? Maybe he was like AFK because like his pizza rolls are done or something. Let's see. What are you rocking with? Very normal build. Oh, I want to start using this perk. Isn't this the one where you see pallets within like 30 feet of you or something, and you throw them faster or something? Is that the one? Is that what it does? Will it tell me? No, it doesn't. On French more than Japanese. I would love to learn like Japanese or Russian or Arabic. I would love to learn like so many different languages. I'm afraid to do ones that don't use like normal letters that I'm used to, and like changing. I'm scared to use ones that have different alphabets because I just feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm too dumb for that. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Oh, is the bottom perk that one? What's the top one? Is that... That's not 1, 2, 3, 4, is it? Oh, Freya. If I could just... I dream of Genie. Learn languages. Oh, I would love to make that like my superpower. Just be able to read, speak, be fluent in every language possible. I would... Oh, that'd be so fun. How cool would that be, you know? Oh, fun. You're so Gucci. I mean... This is why I don't keep you around. Oh, what was the prediction, by the way? I forgot. Oh, one of the Leons live. Okay, I remember. Man. Oh, okay. I was about to say, oh, the pallets are gone. I did not throw a single pallet. Don't blame me. Same. Ugh. I just want to learn all the languages. That would just be so cool to just be able to communicate with anybody. And I mean, like, even with a sign language, too. I want to be fluent in, like, the hand languages too. That makes sense. God, how cool would that be? Yeah, that was rough. Oh, imagine if she had Pentimento too. Ugh, that'd be ass. Oh, she broke all the doors too. Damn. This piggy knows a thing or two about a thing or two. I would love to do a pig cosplay. If genies were real, that'd be my first wish. To just, like, know every language. Lithuanian uses English alphabet, but adds a few extra letters to, definitely not suggesting because, oh, is it really Lithuanian? Shut the front door. How cool. Interesting. I'm actually starting to think, like, as I was saying this about, like, the different letters in the different alphabet letters. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's what I like to see. Oh my god. See, this is what I aspire to be like. What the fuck? How are you real? This is Spades, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know who it is. But, I was thinking, it's like, I do get some words mixed up while I'm trying to learn the Scottish Gaelic. When I'm thinking, like, I think in French. Because that's the only other language that, like, I know. I don't really know it, but, like, I know. Like, I've tried to learn. And so I'm wondering, like, maybe if I did a different alphabet, maybe I wouldn't have problems confusing the two, right? One of my neighbors speaks Polish. I think it'd be cool to learn Polish to just be able to talk to them, right? God, how are you? You're just such a wizard. I don't know how you won those. Oh my god. You were just... Like, look at the movement. That movement is so clean. What is your ping? I gotta see your ping. That is insane. Oh, okay. What is her ping? But that's our spades. And then one of my neighbors is from Pakistan? Am I saying that right? Pakistan? I think. That or Iraq. I can't remember. If it's not from one, his family's from the other. Because I know we've talked about both of those. He's got a heavy accent. I just don't know what his accent is. Have a good night, Shadowhawk. I would say good night, Shadowhawk. Thank you so much for hanging out, homie. I am so proud of you and your 4 miles, by the way. Seriously, so proud of you. Hi, Night. I'm trying to make it to midnight, guys. Oh, we only got half an hour. We should be good. Oh. Huge juicer chase, though. Holy. Oh, I think this is Spade's second helmet.
Well.
We're almost there. I did start stream almost an hour early today. Pixel, you're hot. Are you kidding me? Did you see what you were doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Hold on. Do you guys mind if I just, like, try to see if I can fix my camera? I, like, you know, maybe it's because I'm sitting so far back. I don't know. I feel like I'm, like, higher than I should be. I feel like you're seeing too much desk, you know? My mom texts in Russian but uses English Lithuanian keyboard for spelling. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm a stupid, uneducated American. Are those languages similar? I don't know. I'm an American. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me see my chatting. No, that one looks normal. Hold on. Do you have a favorite bird? That's such a good question. Flamingos used to be my favorite animal ever, like in the entire world. I used to love flamingos. So I guess, like, knee-jerk reaction is flamingo. By the way, one of my Snapple facts the other day was flamingos turn pink from eating, like, something. I forgot. Oh, God, what was it? Flamingos turn pink by eating, like, crickets or worms or something. But, oh, everyone shut up, it's Jonathan Young. Sorry. Shrimp! Sorry, but you're a fucking nerd for knowing that, Loki. But yeah, they turn pink by eating shrimp. Who knew? What are you guys' favorite birds? That's such a good question. I mean, yes. Is that better? I don't know. Maybe like a little bit more. Sorry, webcam's driving me crazy. Like, I just don't like it, you know? Is that okay? Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. That was my longest game to ever game. I'm pretty sure we started this game. I think it's officially hit like a that's 2 games in a row, right? This is, and it's Jonathan Young singing it. Hatch game, yo, GG's. GG's. What was I gonna say? There's a prediction. Oh, what was the prediction? I forgot. Oh, Leah lived! Oh, hell yeah. Oh, here, let me do the prediction for you. Hold on. At least 1, right? Because it was Hatch, so at least 1 lived. GG's. GG's, Winchester. Let me stop raids for an hour, too. Oh, here. Let's do a back crack. I haven't done a back crack yet. Let's see. I have had some very cracky neck cracks today. Let's see if we can get a delicious back crack. Oh, a little bit. Oh. Did you guys hear at least one of them? Have a good night! Stay alive! I'm going to bed before that. What days do you stream? Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. However, this Wednesday, I'll be live for 12 hours starting at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Although I do usually start earlier. What's up, Birdie? Hiko! Also, I left my stair lights on. Hold on. Do I say hello to your mommy? Oh, Maple Mother. Oh, look at how majestic he looks. Show us how you really are, Jasper. Boop. Who's a good doggy? Not you, because you're a cat. I edited a TikTok earlier for him of me spanking him and being like, oh, he likes it rough, just like his mama. And that's scheduled to go out next week. Yeah, YouTube is gonna hate that. Oh, you do, Freya. Also, Birdie, thank you for the forehead kissy. You guys like my kitty, right? You guys like my kitty, right? Oh, you're so good. So good. So good, Loki. Have a good night! Good night, stay alive. Alright, I'm thinking this is LG. And then after this, we will do some marbles. And then we'll find someone to raid. Ooh, fun. Excellent PP. Oh my god, there's so much cat hair on me. Oh, let's take a look to see if it's still raining. Because that thunder earlier was aggressive. Hi, Sapphira! Angel, I hope you're doing so good. It doesn't look like it's still raining, but boy, is it wet out there. Ladies. Oh, 60. Oh, really, Spades? Damn. That's right, because you got us tomorrow, right? Birdie, I hope you're doing so good, homie. It's corn. I'm biting my lips. Oh, fudge sticks. Fudge, 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 fudge. Oh, Michael. Distortion stack? Just left me? Oh, he has nowhere to hide. Because he just kicked that gen. Nowhere to hide. That has to be what procced that, right? Because it wasn't undying. It's cold outside. Maybe it's cold outside. Let me just check to see if this is glowing. Okay, it's not. I'll do it later. So we got... nowhere to hide, and that's all I know. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to be able to get any other distortion stacks, am I? Because he doesn't really have a tear radius, no? Do you guys think this is the same Myers from earlier? Oh! We'll see! I could very easily get kicked off this gen. Or what if maybe I want to go cleanse that totem? Oh, is it? Oh, here we go. See? He's gonna kick that, right? It is based on Chase. I didn't know that. Ooh! See, this is why I keep you around, Spades. You're doing me a teach. Oh. And just like that's gone. Oh, he's on Winchester. Alright, I'm going back to that gen, guys. Oh! This is glowing now. He has, that thing. He's got that thing. Screaming. It's gotta be that one, right? Ah, fudge sticks. Fudge, 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 fudge. I don't make that. Oh, no, no. Face of Darkness, thank you. Oh, I don't know what I would do without you. Okay, so he just kicked that gen because I got nowhere to hide again. Nowhere to hide it again. What are the odds? He'll never know, right? Shh. Shh. Delicious 6 degrees. We had, oh, that's Canada units, right? Wait, no. That has to be, that's a freedom units. I was like, that can't be Canada units. That would be really hot. We got to 80 degrees today. Okay, I gotta go cleanse this. Face L darkness, oh. Yeah, that's almost like, wait, that's a dumb question. That's not Celsius. Do I have anybody that can give, a Discord invite? If not, I can do it after this game. Have a good night, Lily. Lily, I hope you have the best day. Little Dead by Daylight creator, you. Everyone say goodnight to Lily. And make sure you give her lots of love. She just got into the DVD creator program. We're very proud of her. When's your next stream, Lily? Your next DVD stream? Yup. Thanks, more. But also, you don't have to answer. If you want to go to bed. Go to bed. Tomorrow! Tomorrow! Guys, be there. Good night, Lily. I'm gonna finish this gen. Hold on. Oh! Thank you, mods. Thank you, Bravo Penguin. Whichever mod gets it first. Gen completed. Easy, squeezy, peasy, wheezy. Hi, Jojo. I know mommy never pays any attention to you. Whatever will you do? Are you kidding me? No, I'm so proud of you. It is a very, very huge feat, and you should be so happy and so proud. Oh, my stomach is growling. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh, Raven, I'm not gonna lie. I'm surprised I streamed this long because my brain has been not braining all night. It's been really rough. I don't understand how I've been streaming. Honestly, if it wasn't for Shabby, Leon's Moans, and Spades, I don't think I would have been playing as long as I have. Oh, obviously, you guys. But I wouldn't have been playing this for as long. Imagine I knew how to do skill checks. Oh, God. Yeah, sorry. Chase me. Oh, you know what? I could pretend like I missed that skill check because he was coming, right? Right, guys? Right? Oh my god, I just knew he was coming. I got scared. That's what happened. No way. All the gens are done? What the fudge? Guys, conviction value. Is there a paella here? Because I will go. There's no paella, but there's a spade system. Oh, poor baby, and poor you. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Oh, I might wiggle. Oh, I do. I don't know where to run. Oh, I believe that was no way out. I think I saw. No? Yes? Oh, there's no pallet here. Shite nipples. We do this? And we go. Oh, we got Cowtree. Oh, please tell me Cowtree has something. You're killing me. Am I gonna get a pallet? I literally know I just threw that one. I know. But like, why is there nothing? Whoa! Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see. I'm assuming I'm in a good spot. Gabby! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh. I don't know what to do then. I don't know. Oh, Rancor? Oh, you're so good. Oh my god. You were so good. Wow, Rancor. We never get Rancor. Guys, I don't have conviction. In the last 2 games, was it 2 games? No, don't touch me. Oh, wait. I haven't been hooked yet. And I'm pretty close to the door. Oh my god, Spades won't let me die. Spades, it's okay. You don't got to. It's okay. Oh, he let you? What? Did he let you get that? Stop looking at us like that. That's scary. Wake up screaming? I would wake up screaming. GG's! And I'm a 33-year-old lady. GG's. No pip. And last prediction. Oh, wait, what was it? Hold on. Pixel completes the gen! I did! Got him? No way, Jose. Was this a war predict? Oh, someone already did it! Thank you! Are you kidding me? No. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. Truly. Leon's Bones, Shabby, Spades. Thank you so much. Let me put my last BP into Ashley J. Williams. I am now a prestige 96. Did you really? Leon's Bones, wait, who are you gonna put yours in? You did? That was like that's a war command. Or a war prediction. Alright, let's play some marbles. Let's do 2 games of marbles. And then we'll find some homie to raid. What do you guys think? Oh, on Quan, hell yeah. Time out war. Well, did he make it and then like you reused it? Is that what happened? Oh, Freya, do you only have the 1 kid? Oh. Oh, you did make it? Oh. You made it. He completed. Got it. I have 3 snoozes. I'm going to use all my snoozes so we don't have any more ads. Random. All right. Only 1 kid. Do you want any more? Let's do a prediction. Ooh, actually, let me see how many balls we get in here, and then I'll do a prediction. All right, guys, exclamation point play. Give me your balls. Let's see how many balls we can get in here. Did you just say season 6-7? I did not say season 6-7. Did my caption say that? How are you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. No, I don't think I said anything about seasons. No. Hi, Reaper Buddy. Sorry, I don't want to like call anybody out. If you're gonna put your bowls in here. You want a boy and a girl or just held? Oh, fair. What's up, Jax? Hi, Reaper Bunny. Reaper Bunny. Happy Monday. We have 8 balls in here. Can we get to 10 balls? Thank you, Birdie. I hope you're doing very well. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want it, you guys can double and give to the next person. Can we... Oh, I just realized I'm on the wrong scene. I'm so sorry, guys. My bad. So you guys infected my brain with 6-7. Oh, no. Can we get one more? Here, let's do a prediction. How many balls will live? Nice. We got 11 people. 0 to 6, 7 plus 12 people. Huge. All right. And this will be for let's do 2 minutes. Let's do our usual 2 minutes. Yeah. A shot won't hurt. We're gonna do a shot of. We should sleep. What time is it for you guys right now? It's almost midnight for me. Oh, I just realized that game was super fast. The Myers game. We have 13 bowls in here. Almost 6 a.m. Cheese and rice. Okay, so you guys are 6 hours ahead. Gotcha. Enemies. I don't want to look around this map because I don't want to, like, skew the answers and whether or not it's going to be a good map or a bad map. As far as, like, balls living or dying. But I really want to look. Also, it's midnight central time. Hell yeah.
Time zone check? Oh, hell yeah. It is currently 11:45 p.m. for me. Almost 1 a.m. Think you are 9:45. You got the whole night ahead of you. 20 to 1, missing you better run. Got the run on the moon. Exclamation point play if you guys want to get your bulls in here. And don't forget to spend your channel points. Get some prediction points in here. Enemies. 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 Sleep is for the stinky. I'm excited. I'm excited to sleep. I'm going to play some Animal Crossing, eat some carrots, and then go to bed. Well, walk my dog, eat carrots, Animal Crossing, bed. You guys got maybe 20 more seconds to get your predictions in. 10 more seconds to get your bowls in. 10 more seconds for your bulls. Exclamation point play. Got 13 bulls in here. The world on a sneeze, taking all that you please. Oh, thank God I get to see the map now. Oh, Bravo, where are you going? Girl, where are you going? Whoa. Where are we? Oh, I see, okay. Oh, okay. Bravo. Whoa. Oh, Irish Queen just missed it, love. A shot of SoCo? Nothing like a shot of SoCo to wake you up in the morning. I say, why not? 2.5 minutes to finish this level, by the way. Whoa. I hope there's going to be some deaths in here. I'd like to see that. Oh, no, you're so good, Irish. There's going to be another round after this. I'm going to do one more round after this. Whoa! Otaku, Birdie, Lance Moans, Jinx. Supernova. It's our top 5. Let me snooze this ad. No ads. No ads. Oh. Alright. For the rest of the stream. Jinx propelling into first. Birdie. Oh, Otaku. Bravo. Lance Moans. That's our top 5. House of Digestive Problems. Is that one of the houses from Game of Thrones I wasn't aware of? Did I die? I don't think anyone's died yet. You're right behind there. Take up the rear with, you're at the back with the rest of the mods. So anyways. Oh, Jinx. Holy level, Batman. If this level's gonna be this long, someone better start dying. I want to start seeing some deaths, some explosives. Holy! Oh, whoa, Jinx threaded the front. Huge! Huge! Oh! Whoa! Huge, 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 huge. Whoa. Wow, you guys are getting through that a lot faster than I expected. Holy. I better see some bombs. House of Dysentery is insane. Cheater. Hacker. Yes! Oh, Jinx, come on. Don't disappoint me. Oh, look at these lasers. I just want to see sharks with freaking laser beams attached to their freaking heads. Oh, it's going to make me happy. Oh, it's going to make me very happy. Oh, I better see someone start exploding. Oh, Jinx, 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 Jinx. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, follow the door. Oh, those are holes. Jinx, you little hacker. How is no one dying yet? How is no one dying? That's crazy. How are you guys not dying? Oh, Space died! Everybody died! Yes! I just want to see some death. Is that Florence and the Machine? It is. Everybody scream! Oh, that's the prediction. It was 7+, right? I want to see more death. Only 2 people died. That is so... Come on. Come on. One more. Come on, Otaku. Come on. One little more death for me. Only 2 people died. Ha! I live, bitch. Well, GG's for everybody in spades. Whatever. There's a bunch of livers over here. 7+ bulls lived. Congratulations. Whatever. Random track. And we'll do another prediction. Alright. Exclamation point play. Get your balls in here. Livers. How many balls will live? 0 to 6. 7+. We've done this map before. It looks like Alice will be our ghost ball at 1:15. Give me your balls. Oh. I have my pumpkin cheesecake chapstick. Wow! Pally, fuck, play. Yay! That's cute. We got 13 balls. Can we get 15? Oh, Irish Queen. I am so going to win this. I took my Alright. We'll see. Alright, now I can't tell if you guys are being facetious or not. Pally gives a speed boost. Uh-huh. Oh my god. Oh! Holy cat hair, Batman. Holy. Birdie, it was so nice to see you. I hope you have the best rest of your day ever. Say bye, Birdie! We have 14 balls. Can we get one more ball? One more cajone in here. Exclamation point play. One more. I really want to finish this beer. I'm so tired of not finishing these alcohol drinks and just, and wasting them. Oh, I chugged it. There's a little bit more. Done. Okay. Woo! We need one more bowl. We got like 10 seconds left. One more person! If you're lurking, I promise I won't say hi to you. I promise I'll ignore you. I promise just one more person. Alright, prediction's over. Did I make it? You did. You're in here. War, you are so hot. Let's go. We got 15 gamers in here. Aw, Thana, you just missed it. You just got home? I hope you had the breast day today. Help her with drinks, like help me finish them. I didn't want to drink. What kind of wine was it? I think I still have a couple bottles of rosé that I got like 6 months ago. Holy, Spades is cheating. I'm cheating. I'm joking. Oh, here, we can get some death in here, because look, the exit gate moves, right? Yeah, it does move. Cool. Okay, we'll get some deaths in here. I can help you drink those. I can help you finish your alcohols. I'm drinking my, my Pixel beer. Well, I finished it. Kim Crawford. Oh, what? Spades died, by the way. So now I'm in first. Oh, Jinx died. Oh, bravo. You are so lucky. Oh my god, I'm actually cheating. What? Oh, and there's Alice's ghost ball. So I'm gonna be the new ghost ball. No way. Ribbit! Oh. Get shit on. No way. Oh, there's the prediction, by the way. Did I die? I think you did. No way. Oh, Leanne's mounts. Oh. Otaku, you're the last one. Just me and Loki sitting in a tree. Kiss. I'm so sorry. I love when people die. Oh, I honestly thought you made it. Oh, new record. New record for our stream. Hell yeah. GG's easy. I do what I do when I do what I do. 0 to 6. Huge payout, by the way. 0 to 6 balls lived. Congratulations. GG's. Thank you guys very much for playing some marbles with me. This game sucks. I don't know. I think it's alright. I think it's pretty okay.
Thank you guys so much for being here, hanging out. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Do you guys want to come over the raid with me? I haven't looked at my follow list yet, so I'm not sure who's live right now. Chloe! Chloe, thank you for the 50 stream streak. Oh, I'm so glad you got your streak. Although, I know Loki made a clip tonight, so I should be able to post a clip to my stories tomorrow. So if anybody isn't here, or wasn't here today, they should be able to, there's cat hair everywhere, I'm so sorry. The culprit. They should be able to catch up on their streaks if they missed the stream today. Holy, thank you guys very much. W last stream of the month. 3, but at least you sweet. As long as I'll post one of them, and then that'll make it so that if people miss the stream, they should. I think it's just how it works that they just watch the clip, and then that'll save their streak. Oh, that's right, the Balthazar one. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I need to look at that one again. The death travel one. That was crazy. Everyone but me cheated. Exactly. Ooh. Let's see. Oh! I don't think I've rated this person in a minute, right? I mean, I know I have rated them, but I don't know if it was recently. Hold on, let's see. If I have anybody new. Or also rate them. Yeah, you know what? That was actually the person that I was going to. As I want to see if there's anybody new. Because I'm pretty sure they haven't. I haven't gotten them in a while. All right. Okay, so I will be live on Wednesday. Wednesday's going to be our 12-hour stream to celebrate hitting 1,000 subs this month. I truly cannot tell you guys how grateful I am. Thank you, because this is the last paycheck I'll have before I pay my taxes on April 15th. And what was it? Last year I paid, what, $6,000? I live below the poverty line, by the way, and I'm still paying that much, which is fine. I understand. America sucks. I get it. You know, it's fine. I'm just doing my due diligence as an American. That's fine. But I can still bitch about it, okay? The pain in that smile. Yeah, there's a lot of pain. I'm in Spain without the S. But 1,000 million gazillion bajillion subs. I will retire me, my family, my friends, my mods, and all of you guys for 1,000 million gazillion bajillion subs. I'll retire Elon Musk. Please get him away. But we're gonna rate our homie Stanley. Stanley the Manly. He is he's currently playing some DBD Avi, and he's been not AFK. He's been away for a while, you know, doing his thing, and he's back streaming, and yeah, we're very proud of him. So many subs, you deserve it. I don't know about deserving it, but I'm very, very grateful for it. So truly, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much for all of the raids, the follows, the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties. Thank you very much, my mods, for everything you guys do in stream and off stream. Truly, you guys, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like I was saying earlier, it's like, God dang. I don't deserve you guys, but I'm very, very grateful. Also, thank you, Ghoulishly, for my Lonely Mountain pop socket. I want to put up my phone after I'm done walking my doggies. No, thank you guys. Truly, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Sasha Bunny, no you! Sasha Bunny was also one of our potential raid targets, but I hadn't raided Stanley longer. So everyone go follow Sasha Bunny, who's also live right now. Truly, thank you guys so much. I'm very grateful for all of you guys. Also, thanks Gunner for sponsoring our stream earlier. Yip yip. Love you guys, boys. Oh, and Spades will be live tomorrow. I don't know when Roosie's going live next. Yes, yes you can, Loki. I love you guys so much more. I love you guys so much moist. But yeah. Seriously, thank you guys so much. I don't know what to say besides just thank you. I love you guys. Bye-bye. Don't leave me hanging. Hi, Tara.